Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the November 5th meeting of the Los Gatos Town Council. May we get a roll call, please?
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Sayoc.
Here.
Councilmember Spector.
Here.
Councilmember Rennie.
Here.
Vice Mayor Jensen.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Leonardis.
Here. So before our meeting this evening, we met with prospective candidates signing up for our boards and commissions, so we will be taking a vote on that shortly. Our clerk will be tallying the votes, and we will be notifying the candidates of their appointed positions. But first, we will start with our Pledge of Allegiance. So I would like to invite up at this time the Van Meter 5th grade class council officers. Would you please come forward to help lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I have with me three fine young students from Van Meter School. Max Wendt, who is the president of the Van Meter Student Council, the vice president, Danny Borenstein, and the secretary, Addie Fisher. And their teacher is Tessa Balbalis at Van Meter School. So thank you for bringing them in this evening. We are honored to have these fine young students of the Van Meter student body leading us in the pledge. Who's holding it?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and with the republic with which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Wonderful job. Thank you. Shake hands with the council members. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
Wait. You earned it?
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming in. You did a great job. Let's give them one more round of applause, the wonderful student body at Van Meter Elementary School. This evening, we are pleased to honor a couple of our CERT volunteers in our community. CERT stands for Community Emergency Response Team, and we can all use their support in times of need, but more importantly, to be prepared when those times come. We are honored to be recognizing these two spectacular individuals this evening. Would you please come forward? And you can come around the desk. So I have these commendations to present.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
This is on behalf of our town council and our entire staff. Thank you for your efforts in being a CERT volunteer and doing such a great job for our community.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And if you'd like to say anything, you can tell us who you are and why you're involved with CERT, and do you need other members, and the importance of CERT, and all those kinds of things. Start with you.
I'm Greg Curlin, and the one thing I would say is if you ever think of becoming a CERT, please sign up. That's what we're really interested in, is getting more people to participate.
And the way the program works is we have neighborhoods and we have neighborhood captains. So it's not just one area. It's not just the downtown. It covers all areas of town. What do we have, 14 different CERT captains? So.
Yeah. I would just say it's my pleasure to volunteer for something as important as this, and it's gratifying to see the council recognize the importance of disaster preparedness in this way. The C in CERT is critical, and we would welcome anybody to join us in any way you can, and there's a neighborhood guaranteed where you are who can use your help. So it's very gratifying to work with the dedicated volunteers in CERT. as well as the professional staff of the police and the city council. So thank you very much.
And also, this weekend,
Yes.
we have a drill.
Yes.
So this will be occurring this Saturday, November 9th, from 11 to 5 p.m. And we will be having a neighborhood incident command post using our CERT volunteers in the event of an emergency or a natural disaster. So that's what the drill will be focused on. So for further information, please visit our police department website. And if you are a CERT or neighborhood watch member, please be there. And also those who wish to sign up, please visit the website and you can sign up and become one. Thank you. Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you.
Big round of applause.
I do have one more thing. Just one more comment is that if you come on Saturday to the library in the afternoon, you might see a CERT a command post in operation, so you can come by and take a look at what we do.
Very rewarding work. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Now we'll move on to our committee appointments, and our commission appointments. So, Ms. Nees.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. At a special council meeting held earlier tonight, Council interviewed applicants for the Arts and Culture Commission, Community and Senior Services Commission, Complete Streets and Transportation Commission, Council Finance Committee, General Plan Committee, Historic Preservation Committee, Library Board, Parks Commission, and Planning Commission. One applicant was interviewed, and council may appoint up to one to the Arts and Culture Commission. One applicant was interviewed, and council may appoint up to one to the Community and Senior Services Commission. 7 applicants were interviewed, and council may appoint up to 6 to the Complete Streets and Transportation Commission. 2 applicants were interviewed, and council may appoint up to 2 to the Council Finance Committee. 2 applicants were interviewed, and council may appoint up to 1 to the General Plan Committee. 1 applicant was interviewed, and council may appoint up to 1 to the Historic Preservation Committee. 3 applicants were interviewed, and council may appoint up to 2 to the Library Board. 3 applicants were interviewed, and council may appoint up to 2 to the Parks Commission. 3 applicants were interviewed, and council may appoint up to 2 to the Planning Commission. After council has completed voting, the ballots will be collected, and I will tally the votes while the meeting continues. Once I have completed tallying the votes, I will announce the applicants who have received a majority vote for each board, commission, and committee, and the votes received. If there are tie votes, a new ballot will be distributed with all names blacked out except for those applicants who are in the runoff. After council has completed voting, the ballots will be collected, and I will tally the votes. Once I have completed tallying the votes, I will announce the applicants who have received a majority vote and the votes received. Upon completion of the appointment process, council may direct the clerk to re-advertise for any open positions.
So In the meantime, while the clerk is tallying the votes, we'll move ahead with our meeting. The next item is our consent calendar. Does any member of council wish to pull an item from our consent calendar this evening? I see none. Does a member of the public wish to pull an item from our consent calendar? Seeing none, we will go ahead with a motion. Vice Mayor.
Move approval of the consent calendar consisting of items 1 through 10.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. It passes unanimously. We will move on to our verbal communications. I have about 5 cards here. If you'd like to speak on any item which is not on our agenda this evening, you can fill out one of these brown cards and bring it up to the clerk. Our first speaker is Bruce Prinville, is that? Thank you, Bruce.
Council. How can we create and sustain ambitious and inclusive responses to the climate and ecological crises generated by humanity's exponential growth and size and the prevalence of a winner-take-all extractive view of our relationship to each other and the natural world, and the resulting impact on Earth's systems and its carrying capacity, starting at the municipal level? We urge the town to take a leadership role in the fight against the climate crisis and carbon pollutants emissions in the Bay Area. And you have the opportunity to significantly reduce these emissions through adapting an ambitious REACH code. We absolutely cannot afford to continue putting new methane gas infrastructure into our homes and into the ground. Any new gas lines we build are an expensive mistake that we will pay for down the road. We should be building all-electric new construction. All-electric buildings are cheaper to build, they're healthier, they're safer to live in, and they'll greatly reduce emissions of greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide and methane. 100% clean energy as electricity is already available to Los Gatos homes and businesses through the Silicon Valley Clean Energy. Or at least we'd like you to require all new construction to have all electric infrastructure, or at least new construction to put in electrical service as well as gas service to facilitate a transition in upcoming years as we move as a society away from natural gas. We urge you to act now to protect our future generations through adapting a strong REACH code.
Thank you. Questions from the speaker? Seeing none. Mr. Rob Stump?
Actually tied to agenda item 11.
Oh, okay. Thank you for pointing that out. Lisa Wade?
According to the United Nations, if meat consumption continues on its current trajectory, we cannot limit global warming to 2 degrees Celsius, the level necessary to avoid the potential collapse of human society. But I have good news. Local governments are starting to take action. The City of Mountain View just did a consumption-based greenhouse gas emissions analysis and found that the promotion of plant-based eating is the most cost-effective way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and they have allocated at least $30,000 to promote plant-based eating in Mountain View. The United Nations released its special climate report in August 2019. It found a vegan diet to be by far the most sustainable diet, even when compared with diets including mostly white meat and fish, or diets consisting of expensive meat from free-range or grass-fed animals. In 2018, researchers at Oxford University, in what The Guardian called the biggest analysis to date, concluded that shifting away from meat and dairy is the single most effective way to regenerate our ecosystems and prevent its destruction. They published their findings in the prestigious journal Science. They found that meat and dairy provide only 18% of our calories worldwide, and yet use up 83% of our farmland. According to Oxford University, as published in Science, Without meat and dairy consumption, global farmland use could be reduced by more than 75%, an area as large as the continent of Africa, and still feed the world. Let that sink in. We could free up land the size of Africa that we could reforest and rewild. Imagine how much carbon those trees could take out of the air. Also, we are currently facing the 6th mass extinction of species because of habitat loss. With that much land, we could regenerate ecosystems and species. The lead author of this Oxford study had set out to find the lowest impact animal products, and he became vegan when he discovered that even the lowest impact animal products are more destructive to the environment than plant proteins. We are not endorsing any candidate, but presidential candidate Andrew Yang summed up the findings of the recent UN report at the CNN Climate Town Hall when he said, "The UN just released a study that said we're going to be okay if the vast majority of the world goes vegetarian and vegan. Meat is an extraordinarily expensive thing to produce from an environmental sustainability point of view, so I think it would be healthy on both an individual and societal level for us to move in that direction." Yang concluded by saying that we can't force eating choices, but we can shape our system to move in a productive way. You as the town council have the power to shape our system by committing to promote plant-based eating like Mountain View, New York City, Berkeley, and others have done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wade. Next speaker, Tina Ploutz.
Start. Hi, I'm Tina, and this is Kevin, and we are Los Gatos residents, and we're here to discuss our community. Our community is a Los Gatos-based technology startup, and we have built a community software platform empowering businesses, nonprofits, and local government. Our software provides the town of Los Gatos the opportunity to control branding and messaging while connecting with community members and visitors. At the same time, we minimize the distortion caused by traditional social media. We would like to partner with the town of Los Gatos to make our community your digital concierge. We can connect users locally to everything the community has to offer in a centralized public social community directory. Until the Our Community platform, there has been no centralized public directory that consolidates all information in a community where the content owner can control their brand and messaging while users can quickly and easily access local information under one unified community platform. As a public social community directory, our community provides every business and organization the opportunity to be listed, referenceable, and available to everyone. Unlike Nextdoor, we don't limit you to a specific zip code in a private hyper-local forum. By focusing on the Connect feature, we inspire one-on-one human interactions to encourage communication and avoid public shaming and inflammatory posts that business owners are frustrated with. By enabling users to follow organizations directly, we encourage direct communication versus a Facebook situation of 7 different Los Gatos independent groups to get information. By utilizing the like feature, it eliminates the need for a review and rating system like Yelp, which are often manipulated by paid influencers, disgruntled employees, and competitors who skew the market perception of your business or organization. We have a web and mobile platform that migrates with you wherever you are. On our iOS app, users can be notified about events and promotions that interest them, as well as opportunities to follow businesses that they like. We make it easy to find local opportunities where you live, work, and play. Our community is an integrated platform for everything Los Gatos. The community will have the ability to view what's happening around town, as well as see who the businesses, organizations, and local government are, creating awareness of everything the town has to offer. By providing a unified platform, we have created a solution that bridges a gap in today's information marketplace. We make it easy to shop local, support small business, increase awareness about community events, and promote community stewardship. Our community is a full-service social media marketing service with partnerships in place to provide an integrated strategy encompassing traditional social media with the Our Community platform. We invite you to join us in our community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have questions for Ms. Ploutz? I have a question. So if somebody wanted to engage in our community, is there an app on the App Store, or how do they install it or obtain it or use it or whatever?
So we're a free app on the App Store for iOS right now, and we also have a mobile-friendly version on the web at r.community, and it's free for any business, organization, or government entity to register their own profile.
And I have one more question. So has this been adopted in any other communities?
We've partnered with the Los Gatos Chamber when we first did our pilot program with the Wine Walk and the Eat, Drink, and Play event recently. We've also been partnering with the Campbell Chamber with their Oktoberfest to provide a digital map experience for them and their town.
Thank you. Mr. Rennie.
Yeah, my question is there opportunities, since it's a community-based thing, for the town of Los Gatos, the staff of Los Gatos, to partner with our community? Have you done that anywhere?
That's definitely why we're here, is we want to encourage that and try to foster a relationship with the town to be able to get not only the town, but the businesses and nonprofits and education groups all on the same platform. And so it makes it really easy for everybody to find out what's going on in their community.
Have you asked to have a meeting with our town staff yet?
Not yet. This is our kind of introduction.
And then you're going to do that?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you for your presentation. Although you said that government entities could register on your site, I imagine that the partnership you have in mind with the town is fee-based?
We have the opportunity for some enhanced services that we can provide to various either businesses or institutions, depending on their needs.
So I'm
yeah.
imagining that you would want to approach Los Gatos to pay for your service.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any more questions for the speakers? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation. Next speaker, John Shepherdson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. So I'll cover several points and then end on my most important one. One, I would encourage student art in town. I've seen it in other municipalities. Secondly, the bike lanes look real good from my vantage point, so kudos to the council. Three, I saw that the town attorney's up for evaluation. In my experience, he's a friend, but I think he's also very effective. I've had to negotiate with him and against him, and I think he's good for the town. And I would also echo that for the town manager. The Almond Grove streets, I think it's come across, went great. And all those children that were trick-or-treating on Halloween were walking on streets that were safe. So that was good for them. It also benefits the community. Property value is going to go up, long-term benefit in terms of cost benefit. The streets will last longer than asphalt, and also the environmental impact because the sun will be reflected rather than degraded into heat, which happens with black asphalt. I would encourage the town to go zero carbon by 2015. I would encourage bike cages like they have in Santa Cruz. The weed abatement program, I noticed it also includes within that the wildfire risk. And when you talk about weeds, I don't know if the name is, there might be a better name for that because I think it sort of understates the risk when we talk about weeds. I just think of like kind of these small weeds when we're dealing with a potential towering inferno up here in the mountains with the risk that we have. The last point was, and it sort of is related to surprisingly what other speakers spoke about, and we weren't in conspiracy to talk to the council tonight about this, but that is the idea of the environment. And so we talk about what others can do, and I thought, what can I do? What can I do rather than what can you do? What can I do right now? So this idea of one more thing, what can I do? So I decided this week to go vegan, and that's surprising. This is not planned. I know none of them, but thank you. So the second thing, and it's somewhat crazy, is my water heater went out, so I could get it fixed. But I've decided to take cold showers. So that's 2 minutes of discomfort every day, but it's something I can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepperson. Next speaker, Carla Albright.
Hello, thank you. My name is Carla Albright, and I have been fortunate to live here a long time and raise my 2 boys in this great town, which has been a real blessing to me. I'm also the co-founder of a local political advocacy group called TWW Indivisible Los Gatos, and I am here to ask you to put REACH codes on the agenda for discussion. There are many reasons to adopt REACH codes, but what I'm going to focus on here is about health and the environment. And thank you, Bruce, for already talking about a lot of the other reasons to adopt REACH codes. So all electrified buildings will improve air quality, not only on the outside, but also on the inside. So now a little history. Growing up, I didn't know anybody with asthma. And so I was surprised when my teenage and young adult boys were diagnosed with exercise-induced asthma. And then I was further surprised when a couple years ago, I was diagnosed with exercise-induced asthma, to the level that I'm at 3 steps of medication level that I need. So I'm talking to my doctor, and she explains that back in the old days, if you didn't have asthma as a kid, you didn't get it as an adult. She said that's not the case anymore. So she wasn't surprised that I got asthma. So she says air quality is directly related to asthma. So what can we do about that? We can electrify our homes and buildings to help create a cleaner environment, a cleaner air quality, to decrease the risk of getting asthma and decrease the incidence of asthma. So according to the California, what's called Air Resources Board, the building sector is the 2nd largest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. So we need local leadership to step up, discuss and adopt REACH codes so we can contribute to a healthier environment to live and to raise our children. Does that mean I have to? So Menlo Park has already done this. Most of our neighboring communities are discussing this. Los Gatos doesn't want to be behind the curve here. Let's get ahead of it. Let's adopt REACH codes and at least discuss them. I also have nearly a dozen letters written from TWW that I'd like to share, give to somebody. Is this an okay?
You can hand those to the clerk.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation. Next speaker, Mary Mackey.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Mary Mackey, and I'm here with the local Green Monday team. I'd like them to stand, please. This is a few people from just a wonderful, dedicated group of people that really cares about the planet. And I'm here tonight to share. 2 weeks ago, I was at the Mountain View City Council meeting, and it was such an epic evening that resulted in an article in the newspaper, and that's what I'd like to read for you really quickly. The headlines are, California's tech capital signed citywide plan to slash meat consumption. The City of Mountain View's council members pledged to create outreach programs that encourage residents to ditch animal products to fight the climate crisis. This week, the City of Mountain View, the Silicon Valley headquarters of tech giant Google, approved a new sustainability action plan that includes measures to promote plant-based eating to residents through city-organized events and programs. The Sustainability Action Plan was created after lobbying efforts in the region by nonprofit Factory Farming Awareness Coalition, a group that promotes Green Monday initiatives throughout the region. Mountain View Mayor Lisa Matichak, a lifelong vegetarian, welcomes the Sustainability Action Plan, stating that she would like to see more emphasis on the plant-based diet program. Mountain View council members are currently discussing the specifics of new programs with a plan to have a variety of initiatives in place by next year. Do we want to consider prohibiting the use of public funds in purchasing meat or animal-based food products? Councilmember Lucas Ramirez suggested. That's the kind of transformative policy I can see coming out of this. Resident Mohan Garuthanan spearheaded the local effort and believes that prioritizing the shift toward a plant-based diet is an effective strategy to drive down the city's carbon emissions. I applaud the city for taking a leadership role in promoting sustainable food choices, which is one of the most critical and most often overlooked issues facing our children's future. Local elected officials are increasingly adopting policies that focus on promoting plant-based foods in an effort to fight climate change, including Santa Fe, New Mexico Mayor Alan Weber, who recently signed a proclamation declaring November Vegan Awareness Month. So, with your help, that is what the Green Monday team is advocating to do here in Los Gatos. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question or two for you, if you would remain. Councilmember Spector.
Maybe a question for you, but probably a question for staff. Would it be possible at some point the General Plan Advisory Committee is going to be considering the green concept? Can I request, or would it be possible to have whatever Mountain View did given it to the committee members?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rennie.
My request also is for, question is also for staff. Both Councilmember Sayak and I thought Councilmember Spector joined us, but I can't remember exactly, requested that the Green Monday be put on the agenda, and the mayor promised to do that. Seeing that the mayor changes over next council meeting and we didn't manage to do that, do we need to renew our request for the new mayor, or will that carry over?
It carries over, and we have tentatively scheduled it for one of our December meetings.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Sayak.
Thank you, Councilmember Rennie. In addition to Green Monday, I think we've also asked for REACH codes to be agendized, and is that the case for that as well?
Yes, for it's tentatively scheduled for one of the December meetings.
Okay. Good.
That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next speaker is Dashiell Leeds.
Hello, my name is Dashiell Leeds. I'm a conservation assistant for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. I'm here to speak on REACH codes, but I want to give a quick shout out to plant-based diets. I'll read from the Sierra Club website here. Personal dietary choices that minimize or eliminate meat and animal products should be encouraged due to their many benefits, including reducing greenhouse gas impacts, water pollution, and inhumane treatment of animals. Now on to REACH codes. We sent you a letter as part of the Fossil Free Buildings campaign, co-signed by 11 different community and environmental organizations. And we believe that REACH codes are absolutely necessary in the path forward. We're in a crisis. It's a really serious climate crisis. And the first thing that we can do in a situation like this is not make the problem worse. And that is what we have to do, is look at new construction. Let's make sure that when we build new buildings, that we're not creating problems that we're going to have to solve down the road. There was some mention earlier of asthma, and this is a huge issue when it comes to gas use in homes. Just by turning on our gas stoves, we're releasing carbon monoxide, nitrogen dioxide, formaldehyde, and ultrafine particles into our homes, to the level where if the pollution levels were recorded outside, they would actually be illegal according to the EPA, which is pretty remarkable. Gas pipes also constantly leak from their production, and then they even leak during transmission and into our homes. So this is a huge risk when it comes to fires and explosions. It contributes methane into our atmosphere constantly, and those leaks happen at the joints that often occur in our homes. So a lot of times, most of the dangerous leaks are inside where we're breathing. PG&E and SoCalGas are forecasting huge increases in gas rates over the years. So if we continue to build gas, these are going to be stranded assets that eventually we're going to have to deal with. We really should not build them, otherwise we might have to retrofit them out, and that's going to be expensive. Coming back to cost, all electric buildings are really cheap to build. They're actually cheaper than gas buildings to build. They're sustainable, they're resilient with solar and microgrid technology in the face of the wildfires that we're seeing. They're resilient in the face of earthquakes, and they're, like I said, cheaper to build. So it's kind of a win-win. So we really hope you consider REACH codes. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question, Mr. Leeds, or?
Yeah, Daschle. So can you tell us where our nearby communities are in this process? Are we way behind? Where are we in this?
Yeah, so over 50 cities in California are considering REACH codes. Monte Sereno, I believe, is voting on them tonight, actually. I'm about to run over immediately afterwards. Some recent actions on the 4th, Palo Alto passed the REACH code, and they actually went a step beyond. They directed staff to create multiple ordinances prohibiting natural gas in new buildings, and they also directed their staff to work on retrofit plans for existing buildings.
And what's going on in the behemoth next door to us, San Jose?
Oh, yes. So San Jose, they've already passed their REACH code, and they've actually passed two pretty remarkable policies, a gas ban for low-rise residential construction, and they've changed their city policy to prohibit natural gas in the construction of new municipal buildings.
And what about Saratoga? They're close to us also.
I'm actually, off the top of my head, I'm not familiar with what Saratoga is doing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's the last card I have for verbal communication, so we'll close it out, and we will go back to our clerk, Ms. Neese, for our appointment of our commissioners.
Thank you, Mayor. For the Arts and Culture Commission, Maureen Kapanjabi is reappointed unanimously. For Community and Senior Services Commission, Jeffrey Bloom is appointed unanimously. For the Complete Streets and Transportation Commission, Robert Buxton is appointed unanimously. Bill Ellers is appointed with 4 votes, and Councilmember Rennie not voting for him. Peter Hertan is reappointed unanimously. Maria Risto is appointed unanimously. Jillian Verga is appointed unanimously. Jeff Thompson received 4 votes from Rennie, Jensen, Spector, and Syock. Doug Brent received 2 votes from Leonardis and Rennie. So the 6 that are appointed are Buxton, Ellers, Hertan, Risto, Thompson, and Verga. The Council Finance Committee, Terry Duryea is reappointed with 4 votes from Syock, Spector, Leonardis, and Rennie. Rick Tinsley is reappointed with 4 votes, Syock, Spector, Leonardis, and Rennie. The General Plan Committee, Jeffrey Barnett received 2 votes from Jensen and Rennie. Jeffrey Bloom received no votes, so no appointment will be made to the General Plan Committee. Historic Preservation Committee, Stephen Rasp is appointed unanimously. For the Library Board, Trish Goldfarb is appointed unanimously. John Housley received 4 votes from Syock, Spector, Jensen, and Rennie. Gail Long received 1 vote from Leonardis. Goldfarb and Housley are appointed to the Library Board. For the Parks Commission, there were 3 openings. Mike Bunson, Sandy Gordon, and Rob Stevenson are all appointed unanimously. For the Planning Commission, Jeffrey Barnett received 3 votes from Syock, Spector, and Leonardis and is appointed. Matthew Hudes is reappointed unanimously.
Congratulations to all those who have been appointed to our boards and commissions. Thank you for applying. And for those who did not get appointed this time, please apply in the future. We always welcome the opportunity to have you help serve in Los Gatos. Thank you. Moving on with our agenda this evening, I would like to move on to, before our first public hearing, our council and manager matters, since I have to recuse myself at the end for the last council item. So we will start with Councilmember Sayoc, if you are ready.
Yes, since our last public hearing, I attended 2 events that concerned the town. The first, town attorney and I attended the League of Cities to represent the city, the town of Los Gatos. 2 major issues of interest. We did get housing legislation updates and a forecast of what to expect for next year. I think as we have all discussed, we plan large numbers for our upcoming RHNA housing numbers. And the second one that I thought of interest, there was a lot of discussion, panel discussion on infrastructure and how do you plan infrastructure with upcoming technology changes. And basically, to go back to the basics. And Director Morley, one of the things they said is basically striping is the one most important thing we can put our infrastructure money in that will endure any type of autonomous technology. So you probably know that, but I thought it was interesting.
Thank you. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since our last council meeting, the Policy Committee met covering 2 issues, traffic impact fees and a recommendation to the council coming forward regarding shoestring or bistro lights. Thank you.
Thank you. Since our last regularly scheduled meeting, I received this wonderful letter from June Beeler. She had an issue with a tree in front of her house, and she planted a tree in our honor, the whole council, as well as our staff for helping her out with that. I also met with representatives of San Jose Water Company. We discussed the merger with Connecticut Water, our water supply upgrades being done in the community, and many other issues, as was stated in the manager's memo, our weekly memo. I also attended the West Valley Mayors and Managers meeting where we discussed Cupertino's 5G rollout, and that was in our manager's memo as well. I attended a Democracy Tent meeting where we covered the accomplishments of the council for so far this year, 2019. Groundbreaking for the club, along with Councilmember Sayoc across the street, where we got to use the sledgehammers and bust stuff, bust concrete. That was fun. Along with the vice mayor and the town manager, we attended a meeting with the school district, the Los Gatos Union School District, the elementary school district. They are considering a ballot initiative for a parcel tax coming on the horizon. I also had the honor of sitting with one of our police dispatchers and learning all the things that they do for our community to help keep us safe. Fantastic job. Thank you for that opportunity from the PD and the town manager's office. Last but not least, a ribbon cutting for the Elite Gym in Los Gatos, a wonderful gym for young gymnasts. Great instruction, great atmosphere. Encourage you to sign up. Vice Mayor.
In addition to the Policy Committee and the meeting with the Los Gatos Union School District, I attended the Santa Clara Valley Water District meeting this month. It was interesting because they were discussing with us what happened with the PG shutoff with our water supply. They do have generators, but we should keep in mind that when electricity is shut off, it can potentially affect our water. But that would, I think that we were told that for their generators, they use 1,300 gallons of diesel fuel to keep everything going, which was interesting. The other thing that was interesting that they said was they asked the director, executive director, I forget what she's called, Santa Clara Valley Water District, what keeps her up at night in conjunction with these PG and water issues. And she said, my biggest issue is that we have no affordable housing, so those people that work on keeping this infrastructure going, I worry that they cannot get in an emergency or an outage. So something to think about in terms of our affordability of housing here.
Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you. I spent Halloween in Sacramento from 10:30 to 11:01 at the California LAFCO conference. I serve on the Santa Clara LAFCO, which stands for Local Agency Formation Commission. We oversee things like annexations of land from the county into the cities and oversee special districts such as water and fire and so forth. At the conference, I participated on a discussion panel where the topic was the communication plan and material that we've created here at Santa Clara LAFCO. We're kind of on the forefront of having a strategic communication plan, so I was a speaker there. On 10:30, I also with Councilmember Sack and I, we discussed with staff whether we should be thinking about signing on to an effort to buy out PG&E's transmission business and form a co-op so that we keep our power on. And then on 11/4, I attended the Housing and Community Development Advisory Committee. We're just kind of getting started for the season, nothing special report there.
Thank you. Town Manager?
No report tonight, thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to item number 11, which is the Town Code Application Amendment A-19-009, considering an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 6 of Building Regulations and Chapter 9 of Fire Prevention and Protection of the Town of Los Gatos Municipal Code in conjunction with the new California Building and Fire Codes as amended. We have our building official, Mr. Robert Gray, delivering our staff report this evening. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I am Robert Gray, building official for the town of Los Gatos. Presented for your consideration is an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 6 Building Regulations and Chapter 9 Fire Prevention and Protection of the town of Los Gatos Municipal Code with the new 2019 California Building Code and Fire Codes as amended. The California Building Standards Code, California Code of Regulations Title 24, is published in its entirety every 3 years by order of the California Legislature. For 2019, the State of California Building Standards Commission adopted 12 new parts for the California Code of Regulations, commonly known as Title 24 and also referred to as the 2019 California Building Standards Code. Local jurisdictions are required to enforce these new codes as written by January 1, 2020, or adopt a local ordinance that enacts these codes with local or regional amendments based on climatic, geological, and topographical conditions with findings that support the local amendments. The town must take action to incorporate this new set of codes with any recommended amendments into the town code. In cooperation with code officials around the region, the town has developed local amendments to the California codes that are uniform across multiple jurisdictions throughout the Santa Clara Valley area. These local amendments are contained in the draft ordinance. You have heard testimony tonight regarding REACH codes, which are not part of this agenda item tonight. Staff is continuing to monitor the development of the REACH codes in neighboring jurisdictions, and Town Council will have the opportunity to discuss REACH codes and provide any direction on this topic at one of its meetings in December, pending coordination with the next mayor. Staff recommends your approval of the draft ordinance to continue to be compliant with state law, and this concludes our presentation, and staff is available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Vice Mayor?
I have 3 questions, if I might. Mr. Gray, thank you for your report. My first question is, I could not determine from the staff report which parts of the proposed ordinance are state mandated and which parts are local amendments. Have they been incorporated together, or are, explain to me where I'm seeing state requirements and where I'm seeing local requirements, or if they're all the same?
So in the report, in the ordinance draft, you'll see that any changes or modifications to standard state code is just listed as it's underlined within the report. Those are modifications to what is the standard code as California has adopted.
So those underlines that I'm seeing are both mandated by the state and adapted per Santa Clara Valley amendments?
It could be a combination of the two. It could be just an amendment, an addition from the town of Los Gatos or from neighboring jurisdictions in a combined effort, or it may be a modification of the code. Typically, you might see a strikeout where we take something out of the code or change something specific about the California code, and then we add an underlined item to that. If it's just strictly an underlined item without any strikeout, it's an addition to based on geographical conditions typically.
Okay, I'm not going to beat a dead horse, but I was trying to figure out what did we need, what were you mandated to do, and what were our options for amendments, but I'll stick with your answer. You may or may not be able to answer this, but when I was going through and reading this, there were a lot of exceptions in various of the codes that applied to something that was called Group R3 or Group U occupancy. I have no idea what that is. So I don't know what's accepted or what's included.
Yes, thank you for that question. Group R is typically, R3 is any of the residential type settings within, occupancies within the code. R3 is most typically single-family residential type homes. U is a utility or a building of an accessory type to an R or any other type occupancy.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, I had a specific question about section 503.2.2. And I don't have a page number for you because there weren't any page numbers. But it has to do with the, quote, fire officials' ability to mandate a change to fire access roads. And it included, for example, modifications to them or authority to require or permit some kind of modification. So my question was, given that we know we have non-conforming narrow roads in the hillsides, who is the fire official that gets to determine whether those roads are going to be altered? Under what circumstances? And is that retroactively applied or is that prospectively applied? How does that work?
I'll defer that to our representative from Santa Clara County Fire, Chief Justice.
Yes, thank you. That section specifically is originally part of the model code, which tells us that anytime that there's a fire apparatus that needs access to a structure, the model code says that when we park our apparatus, the furthest part of that building, which is generally the backside, can be no more than 150 feet. Because that becomes very challenging, what we've done and what we do in our district is that our standard hose load, instead of being 150 foot from a pre-connect for initial attack, is 200 feet. The reason that language is in there is to allow us that 200 feet plus something additional and beyond that if there's some other alternative methods and means to be able to help us out.
Okay, thank you for your answer. So my question is, are you the fire official or your organization the fire official? And if you don't have that 100 feet, are you authorized under this proposed ordinance to go and require the town to pave a road to get within 100 feet?
I understand your question better now. No, it's not retroactive. It is for new structures, new proposed structures. And when the new proposed structures are in there, the existing roads are what the existing roads are. We do not require somebody to upgrade your roads to be able to build. But what we do look at is if there's deficiencies, what kind of alternative means and methods are there to be able to mitigate the potential issues of us in our poor access.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Sayoc.
Actually, while you have the microphone, I want to follow up on that. So in our job, we'd like to plan ahead. And so building codes often, they come into effect when someone wants to build something. So understanding that there may be roads that are inadequate for future development, is there a process to identify what those roads are now? So as we start to look at what areas of our town we need to develop, given all the state pressure, that we have that data in front of us?
I would have to work with your traffic engineer to know which roads are what we would consider to be deficient in this day and age.
Okay. Okay, so then if I may, I'm going to pose the question to our staff then. Is this something that, as we look at general plan and zoning, that is part of the information that the committee's given as they look at potential sites?
And the committee actually has already acknowledged that our hillside locations are really not the places to put more intensity and density. So I think they're anticipating the challenges not only with infrastructure but also with wildfire. But I think as a next step, our staff will be happy to work with the district office to make sure that we have a common understanding of the limitations of our infrastructure.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Sayoc.
And if I may now to Mr. Gray. So I want to better understand this process. So we need to enact something by the end of the year so that we have consistency with the state. Is that correct?
That's correct. We would need to adopt something by the end of the year to be consistent with neighboring jurisdictions. We're required by California law to enact the codes as originally written from the state of California without our amendments.
Okay.
We have to enforce those starting January 1 regardless.
Okay, so I want to follow up on the REACH codes. I know that it's going to be a future agenda, but if the intent is to implement or to enact something that has some consistency with our neighboring jurisdictions, shouldn't that happen sooner rather than later? And what then is the process to make sure there's future consistency?
So the REACH codes are just that. They're over and above the, what you would consider to be the standard California Energy Code, or any of the codes for that matter. They reach outside of what that involvement is and puts that burden back on the council, or burden back on the local jurisdiction to determine what those are. As far as providing consistency, well, let me back up. We can still enact REACH codes at any time. They do not, it's not anything that has to do with the mandates required by the state to be adopted at the first of the year. So it can come at just about any time that we want to do. Consistency, it would be wonderful to be consistent. We will certainly work with the direction from the mayor and council to put it together whenever you're ready to see that.
I was just going to add that what is time sensitive are these code amendments, because they go into effect January 1, 2020. And as our building official said, we can consider REACH codes at any time. We can go more green or less green, and there is actually quite a bit of variety. So you heard a little bit about what some of our neighboring cities are doing. We're hearing about some additional variety, and so when we do bring this back for your discussion in December, you'll be able to give us some direction prior to us putting together any ordinance that would be appropriate for Los Gatos.
And so the process then for future amendments, something is enacted, that's I guess, the building codes for Los Gatos for starting January 1, and then any future amendments that would just come into play whenever it's enacted and becomes ordinance? Like, when does a new development have to follow, and what rules?
So that would be determined basically by our REACH codes when we would want to enact them. There is a state review time period that after the first of the year, I think it's reduced considerably, less than 30 days, that they have to review what we present. And then we would be able to have an enaction based on the dates that we choose.
And then in terms of process, so when someone comes in to develop a new home, which code do they follow when they actually submit the application, when they, I guess I'm trying to understand the process and timing of everything.
Right, so right now, we are essentially saying that if you want to build under the current building code of 2019, you need to submit your building permit plans by December 20th or so, I believe, of this calendar year. And then you'll be able to use the old codes. These codes go into effect January 1, 2020. So if you apply for a building permit after that time, these new codes are in force and effect. Once and if our council adopts REACH codes, and we go through the state certification process, it's probably going to take a little bit longer than our typical 45 days for an ordinance. So let's say if we're super aggressive, we might have REACH codes go into effect in March. Then anyone who submits a building permit after March would be subject to the new building codes. We would probably want to look at pipeline provisions because we have some projects that are kind of in the works. And so oftentimes when you have such a major change, such as REACH codes, you figure out, well, if say, for example, North 40, if we haven't issued all of the building permits, we might say, you've basically been in progress with the 2019. We're going to still honor that code. But if there are pipeline issues, we'll bring those forward after we have some direction with respect to the specific REACH code approach this council would like to take.
That's it for the questions. We'll move on to the public portion of the program. I have 2 cards so far on this item. Rob Stump.
Good evening and thank you. My name is Rob Stump. I was here with the group middle of October. I'm a resident of Los Gatos and one of the leaders of the Civic Center Hillside neighborhood. I represent over 40 Hillside neighbors actively involved in wildfire prevention and preparation. Tonight I'm going to specifically be commenting on Chapter 49, requirements for wildland urban interface fire areas. And first I want to thank the council. I know this is a requirement, but for taking this on and for bringing this forward and updating the code. Here are my comments and suggestions for the council. First, in our very high fire hazard severity zones within the town of Los Gatos, we should revise the defensible space requirements so that defensible zone is maintained within 100 feet of any structure located on a given parcel or an adjacent parcel, meaning if my neighbor's property is 70 feet from me, how is my neighbor going to work with me so I get that additional 30 feet? That's a change, and that's a change our community should really consider. It's been implemented by LA County, by Napa County, and as you know, both of these counties have significant wildfire experience. Second, align the ordinance approved at the October 15 council meeting dealing with weed abatement regulations, Chapter 11. Chapter 49 calls for clearance of 10 feet on fire apparatus access roads and driveways. The weed ordinance passed on October 15 calls for clearance within 5 feet of the roadway. This should be reviewed and it should be reconciled. Third, please include the full context of the state codes 51-175 through 51-189, addressing building structures and defensible space in very high fire hazard severity zones in the town's Chapter 49. It's just footnoted essentially in the code currently. It's a critical section that should be easily accessible instead of needing to locate another document. Fourth, the town must add a full-time enforcement resource to its current staff. We need to get serious about inspections, audits, and enforcement. A full-time resource would be helpful in educating and identifying actions homeowners or property owners need to take to be in compliance with defensible space requirements, and just bottom line, be a good neighbor. Lastly, I'm asking the council and town staff to show dogged determination to not let wildfire happen in this community. We need a greater sense of urgency throughout the community. It's a community issue, and especially in the very high fire hazard zones. What is considered urgent gets funded. Wildfire is an urgent matter. We need to fund an enforcement resource. We need to increase funding for tree trimming, tree removal. A 25-year trim cycle is not going to get the job done. We need to address evacuation routes. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Stump.
Thank
We have
you.
a couple of questions for you here. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Stump. I'm looking at the proposed ordinance that we have in front of us. I don't know, the 49 is probably our existing town.
Pardon, Chapter 49?
Chapter 49, you're referring to our existing.
I'm actually looking at, it's 120 through 150 through 152.
Okay. In any event, we have proposed maintain effective defensible space by removing and clearing away flammable vegetation, blah, blah, 30 feet. And then it goes on to say.
Correct.
30 feet to 100 feet.
Right.
When required by the fire code official. So I just want to make sure that I understand what your request is.
Yeah, what's different about this is that typically it stops at the property line. So if my property line, even if I'm on an acre, if my property line is 30 feet from your property line, I may be able to get 30 feet of defensible space, but that other 70 feet is on somebody else's property. That's a big change, and that means we've got to work together to get defensible space across this hillside, and that will mean going across property lines.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Spector?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll have Mr. Stump stay there, but my question is going to go towards staff. I'm looking at chapter 49, or on at least on my iPad, it's page 150. And I thought, just in listening to the speakers' comments, they seemed very substantive and important. But I hear staff saying that we've got to move this along. How could we create a methodology where we could consider what he's saying and yet meet the timeframes that we are mandated to, with which to comply?
So we're continuing to work on vegetation management. So our first effort was with the weed ordinance that you adopted tonight as at the second reading. We recognize that there's more work to be done, so we will be bringing code changes to Chapter 29, which is our tree preservation ordinance, and there may be some additional cleanups along the way to make sure everything is internally consistent. So we recognize that there is more work. We're already in conversation with the fire district regarding the issue of the property line and whether or not we should ask that the code change be the adjacent properties, since enforcement of this part of the code is actually with the fire district, it's not with the town. That's a conversation that we still need to have. So we want to continue to partner with our fire district rather than make some unilateral action. But please be aware that just last week, the fire chief, assistant fire chief, myself, and assistant town manager discussed this very issue. So it is very current, but we're not quite ready to adopt it yet.
What would the process be for the town working with the county to give consideration to the issues raised this evening?
Basically, we're already giving consideration to the issues that have been raised, so thank you very much for articulating them so clearly. I think in terms of process, since the Chapter 29 element is really the next major piece for council consideration, to the extent we're ready from a process standpoint to bring additional resolution on the 4 or 5 issues that were raised tonight, we'll be happy to do so. But this is an urgent matter. This is something we've just recently hired our emergency management specialist, so we are taking this very, very seriously. We're not going to get it all in one bite, but we are committed to continue to bring the changes necessary, and I'm sure you'll see it again at strategic priorities in January.
Thank you. I would encourage Mr. Stump to stay engaged with staff and vice versa. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is Jim Lord. Okay, so we'll get you on item 12. I'll change that. So that closes the public hearing. We'll move back to council for discussion and or motion. Vice Mayor?
Okay, so I will make a motion that we introduce an ordinance, which is attachment 1, by title only, affecting amendments repealing and replacing Chapter 6, building regulations, and Chapter 9, fire prevention and protection of the Town of Los Gatos Municipal Code, with the new 2019 California Building and Fire Codes as amended. And just as an aside, before that's brought back to us, assuming this passes, there are lots of typographical errors in the ordinance, which I hope will be corrected.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Mr. Rennie, you had your hand up?
I did, but you need a second for the motion, which I'm not going to do.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? I'll second the motion. We have a motion and a second. Discussion. Mr. Rennie.
I'd like to make an alternative motion. I'd like to make the motion that we continue this item to a date certain of December 4th and ask staff to come back with some REACH code language similar to San Jose's, which would be for new buildings, no gas in new ADUs, new residential low rise, similar to what San Jose has. I think there's an exception for gas cooking because that seems to be something people can't get past. Also, have a look at you've started this discussion with the fire department. Maybe in the next month you can figure out if we want to change some wording on the 100-foot defensible space. The reason I make this is, when I look around at the other towns, at cities around us, it looks like we're going to be the only one or one of the only ones that doesn't implement REACH codes with our codes on January 1st. I don't see why we can't catch up with what the other towns are doing. We've known this has been coming for many months. I know I've been asking for it to be considered for 9 months. So to me, this is unacceptable to create this confusion where we pass some codes on January 1st and then 3 months later, 4 months later maybe even, we create new codes. It's going to create confusion. It's looking like we're going to be the only jurisdiction that's done this. So I think in the next month, we can get this together. If other council members wanted to add to this motion, maybe I know that Saratoga has, council has requested their staff come back with language. We could find out what that language is going to be by then and have that as an alternative also. But in my opinion, the parameters are I think we want to go something similar to what San Jose's done.
Thank you for your comments. Councilmember Sayoc.
Well, at first, I want to understand the process. You had a motion, you had a second, and so...
And I'm asking for an alternative motion, and
So we
I
have
need
to-
a second to keep that going.
So we have to vote on the first motion first, and then we would, if that didn't pass, we would look to a second motion. Just a comment on the agenda. It was very difficult because this evening we have 7 items on our agenda. We have, I believe the REACH codes are tentatively scheduled for December 5th or something like that. But I believe that because these are state codes, we need to get this done. And my reasoning was seconding the motion, let's get this done, and then we don't know the outcome of the REACH codes. We haven't had the hearing yet. It's tentatively scheduled for the 5th of December. We have a new mayor being installed on the 19th of November. So I believe that the proper order would be to adopt these codes, which are required at this time, and then possibly amend the codes later, should that be the outcome of a future public hearing. So I'm ready to take a vote unless we have any other discussion on this item. All right, so I'll call the question. Councilmember Sayoc, did you?
Actually, I'll wait till after the vote.
Okay. So all those in favor of the motion? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No?
Okay, so the motion fails 2 to 3. Myself and the vice mayor were on the losing end, I believe. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you. I voted against the motion because I was interested in the substance of what Mr. Rennie's motion was. And I am mindful of the fact that we need to get an ordinance passed by the end of the year. But my thinking was that in December, this ordinance, coupled with the additional elements that Mr. Rennie was referencing, could come back before us and we could get everything done in an efficient and timely manner.
So to the town manager, based on the discussion here, is it possible to continue this item to a later date and then perhaps see the results of a future meeting on the REACH codes and those things? Or is this something that has to be done now because we have to read the title and then we have to have the ordinance corrected by the next meeting and adopted so we can get it done by January 1st?
So if council were to continue this item to December 3rd, typically an ordinance needs 45 days before it goes into effect. So essentially January 1, we would still be subject to the new building code, but we would not have any of our local amendments adopted. So regardless, the California building code would be in place, January 1st, and then if council were to adopt the REACH codes and all the other changes, then 45 days after December 3rd, it would go into well, I'm not sure how the REACH code piece works, if that still needs to go up to the California Energy Commission for evaluation before that piece becomes effective, but all the local amendments, including the defensible space, et cetera, would then be in effect, the end of January or so.
So a follow-up question, are we putting ourselves in any kind of jeopardy by not moving forward with this language this evening in the staff report. If we were to continue it, would we be doing something that would cause problems for our community?
Well, the local amendments are really important because of our topographic, climate, and other considerations. So the local amendments are very, very important. So if we don't have them and we have building permits, I guess, I don't know, we would have to probably talk logistically about how that works. If it appears that council actually does take action on December 3rd and an actual new code is making good progress, we might be able to work with our applicants and say, you know, hold off on your plan review. That's going to be very difficult because our building division is very busy, and our plans reviewer, you know, likes to know what code she's going to be evaluating the project. So it'll be logistically a little bit challenging. I don't want to speak for Director Paulson, but I think it is tough. And I think, you know, and I apologize because I certainly didn't intend to put the council in a difficult place with respect to reach codes. It seemed that we first needed to have a discussion about how green you wanted to go. So we don't even really know how green you want to go. We got some direction tonight, so that is helpful.
And that would be my major concern is the ordinance comes back and staff drafts that, it doesn't know how far you really do want. I mean, San Jose, Saratoga, most of them have little nuances and differently as far as town manager said, how green you want to go. And so if we propose, if staff proposes an ordinance and you make changes to that ordinance, it has to go back to first reading. You can't continue that to second reading if you make major changes or any substantive changes to it. So that's just one worry to worry about. It might not be as early as early January that you could get all these codes in place.
So with, you know, that said, I mean, I appreciate the intent of trying to up the REACH code discussion in the interest of climate change and all those kinds of things. But at the same time, I think it's putting the cart before the horse a little bit. And I think that it would be prudent for us this evening just to move forward with what we have and then see what the future of the public hearing is. We might get 100 people in here who don't want to adopt REACH codes, for all I know, on the public hearing night, assuming it is on December 3rd. And that could put those who have any kind of building development projects in a difficult position. I saw the Vice Mayor's hand.
Yeah, just a question for staff. I just want to make sure I understand the various ramifications of the scenarios that we're discussing. So, if the council does not adopt what's before us tonight, regardless, the state Title 24 provisions will go into effect. Is that correct? I'm getting a nod.
That's
Yes?
correct.
Okay. If we don't adopt what's before us tonight, we will not have, there will be no effect given to the underlined portions of Attachment 1. Those are the local amendments, including the wildland, urban interface, defensible space provisions, correct?
That is correct.
So they will wait. Okay.
Correct.
When and if, so we would have an interim, assuming that we did not adopt anything tonight, we'd have an interim where no local amendments pertaining to fire safety would be in effect. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Okay. So if we then continued this to a discussion of REACH codes, well, let me back up. So that would be the scenario. Then if the council determined it wanted to adopt any kind of REACH codes, it can do that independently of what we do here, correct?
That is correct.
And
yeah.
they are, any kind of REACH code is not at all abrogated or affected by whatever council does with this proposed ordinance, right?
I would not think so. I think it would stand alone.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or discussion? So, Councilmember Sayoc.
Thank you. I believe if Councilmember Rennie had an alternate motion, and I'm willing to second that motion. I don't in any means want to erase our responsibility that we need for January 1st, but there also is a responsibility to make sure that we don't release any pressure to not only with REACH codes, but with the fire codes that have been suggested here. And I think we have been asking for many months now that this be discussed, have the opportunity to hear from our public, and if this is the only way to really force that discussion, then I second the motion.
It was a motion, so I accept your second.
Okay, so staff has all the original motion. Okay, and we have a motion and a second. Vice Mayor.
I have a question for the maker of the motion. As I understood the motion, it was not only to continue this item to December 3rd, but anticipated that at December 3rd, this council would adopt REACH codes. Am I correct in understanding your motion?
Yes, it's kind of skipping the process a little bit because I've put the parameters down that I thought were reasonable and asking staff to create that REACH code based on that, and that we would vote on it. There's obviously a lot of risk that we might not like it exactly. I believe staff could do some collecting of information from council members without violating the Brown Act and helping them figure that out. I guess they'll need to think about whether they can do that, but I believe that works. So that it's a little more difficult, but I believe that they could come up with something.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you. What I hear coming forward in December is a continuation of the ordinance that is currently before us, in addition to information regarding the REACH codes. What we do with that will be dependent upon at least 3 members of this body. So that's what I see and hear coming forward.
So for me, it makes it difficult because tonight I came in here for a public hearing on building code amendments and fire code amendments, and now there is a public hearing on REACH codes, which is not on the agenda formally. And the public who may or may not be in support of the REACH codes, minus I guess there was 1 or 2 speakers that spoke during the general comments portion, public comments portion, spoke about some REACH code stuff. But I think the least confusing thing, and probably will get the best result moving forward, would be either to continue this item altogether until after the hearing on REACH codes, or put it all in one night, or make it all one package, or vote this through and address the REACH codes separately, which I think we probably don't have. If I had to guess, we're not having a public hearing, we're putting the cart before the horse, but I would guess there's going to be some differences of opinion on whether you should be able to cook with gas on your stove, whether you should be able to have a tankless gas water heater, so when your power goes out and they turn off your grid for 48 hours, then you can still take a hot shower. Mr. Shepperson takes a cold shower. But I guess where I'm coming from is, I think there's a lot of items that would be discussed as part of the REACH codes that would make a great individual public hearing. And this evening, I think it is more prudent to adopt what we have, especially for the fire safe stuff that we are adopting, and keep building if we have to amend things later. So for those reasons, I'm not in support of the motion as it's currently on the table. Vice Mayor.
I'm also not going to be supporting the motion. I think that we have a responsibility to get these state mandated requirements through, and I think actually it's irresponsible for us not to adopt any kind of interim amendments that could affect our fire safety. And so if we are choosing not to adopt wildland interface, urban interface, that's actually irresponsible of this council. I also think it's not fair to adopt a motion that assumes an action that's going to be taken without a staff report, without input, without a public hearing, and without a full consideration of all the information available. I'm not prejudging it, but nor should this council prejudge it. So I believe that we owe it to the community to actually have a public hearing on something as important as whether or not this council ought to adopt REACH codes and what form that should take, and that we should get the information that we normally get from staff before determining whether we want to do that.
So any further discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No.
No.
So the motion carries with Councilmember Rennie, Councilmember Spector, Councilmember Sayoc voting yes, Vice Mayor Jensen, Mayor Leonardis voting no. So thank you, Mr. Gray. We'll move on to item number 12, which is General Plan Amendment Application GP 19-001, Project Location, Town of Los Gatos. We're looking at approving a proposed general plan amendments by resolution to language specific to Highway 17 in Goal TRA-4 and supporting policies. Mr. Morley.
Thank you very much. This is a continuation of a discussion that we started in March of this year, where we talked about Measure B and the potential for modifications to Highway 17 and the need to move that forward due to a 10-year funding cycle associated with Measure B if we were interested in the concept of efficiencies or widening of that freeway. The process for the town includes bringing that through the General Plan Advisory Committee as well as the Planning Commission, both of which we did. The General Plan Advisory Commission provided some input to that. That input is included in Exhibit A to Attachment 3 in its final form, and the resolution is with that. I will note that the numbering on the attachment needs to be redone a little bit, so we will do that administratively as we finalize it. And with that, that concludes our staff report, and we're here for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Morley. Vice Mayor.
Sorry I'm asking all the questions tonight. Mr. Morley, thank you for your report. I think you answered my question in your presentation. I was wondering whether efficiencies was code for widening.
So we included efficiencies and widening in the scope, and we'll do that evaluation. The process that would go forward now, should the council support this, and we have been working with the VTA already on what this might look like, is the selection of a consultant that will bring forward alternatives with a focus on efficiencies. And you can see that by the changes that the General Plan Advisory Committee recommended, that it includes an emphasis on efficiencies but doesn't preclude widening. We would bring forward alternatives through a consultant and a community outreach process that would identify a preferred project for the council's consideration moving forward.
Okay, can you define for me efficiencies? I think that's a term of art. I don't know what you mean by that.
So when we started talking about this, we talked about efficiencies as things like auxiliary lanes. So where you would take, for instance, the on-ramp from Lark Avenue that merges into traffic and continue that down to the off-ramp at Highway 9. So it becomes not a full lane of traffic, but rather an auxiliary lane that allows for traffic to move on and off of the freeway at a more extended distance, so that it can create some better traffic flow at those interchanges. And we have the same challenge, and we would include the reconstruction of our Highway 9 interchange that would include efficiencies there as well, going to the south where we're streamlining the merge. And we would also look at the same sort of improvements approaching Lark Avenue from Highway 85, where we have lane pickups and lane drops that significantly change the flow of traffic.
Just a final follow-up. I'm still hearing efficiencies as widening, but I'm wondering, I'm looking at the language that's in Measure B that says, including traffic signal control system upgrades, travel information system, advanced RAP metering, multimodal congestion relief solutions. Are those, quote, efficiencies, unquote?
Those are separate projects that were considered, yes.
So efficiencies is a road widening.
So
auxiliary lane, other lanes.
So the difference I would say is an auxiliary lane provides a lane of traffic that's doesn't continue onward, so it facilitates, as I said, the merging of traffic. The other alternative that could be considered is the adding of a lane, for instance, in the median island that would provide for the transport of additional traffic through that entire corridor.
Thank you.
If I may, Mayor, maybe it's helpful, would all those efficiency items happen within the existing right-of-way, or would additional right-of-way be needed?
So the look now is at the existing right-of-way without exceeding what we have currently in the right-of-way. And it's hard to pin down exactly what a project looks like because we haven't even started the conceptual look at that, and that would be the process that would begin if this were to move forward in coordination with the VTA and selection of a consultant to take a look at the concepts.
Thank you, Mr. Morley. Ms. Sayak? No question. Any other discussion? I have one card on this item. Mr. Jim Lord.
I reviewed the proposed changes, and I feel that they did an admirable job of modifying the existing restrictive language that prohibit or causes Los Gatos to become a bottleneck for all of the growth in San Jose going to Santa Cruz. And they're looking at ways to move traffic more efficiently so Los Gatos will not become a parking lot for the rest of the area cities. And so I think they did a good job at it, and I will approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lord. I have no other cards. We'll close the public hearing on this. We'll look to council for a discussion and or a motion. Councilmember Rennie?
I'll move that we adopt the general plan amendments to goal TRA-4.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion. Seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
So the motion carries 3-2. Councilmember Spector and Vice Mayor Jensen dissenting. Move on to our next agenda item, number 13. Considering adopting a resolution to amend the Chapter 3 site planning and Chapter 4 development intensity and Chapter 5 architectural design and Chapter 6 site elements, Chapter 8 subdivision and plan development projects, Chapter 9 project review and approval process, and Chapter 10 glossary of the hillside development standards and guidelines. Ms. Schupman.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. The item in front of you tonight is a consideration of modifications to Chapters 3 through 6 and 8 through 10 of the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines as recommended by the Policy Committee and the Planning Commission. On August 13th, the Planning Commission forwarded a recommendation to the Council with additional modifications to Chapter 9, which would maintain the existing language, with the Planning Commission being the deciding body for homes over 5,000 square feet in gross floor area and that are visible from the viewing platforms. Lastly, the Planning Commission recommended removing Item 8 contained on page 30 of Chapter 4, which relates to below-grade square footage as being an element to approve a project in excess of the maximum floor area. These changes are intended to streamline the land use process and costs for property owners. This concludes staff's presentation, but I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions for staff at this time? Seeing none so far, I have one card from the public. Noel Cross.
Good evening, council members. My name is Noel Cross. I'm an architect. I've been in the area, practicing in the area for over 30 years. I'm representing the group of Los Gatos architects that have been before you guys and the Planning Commission several times. Bess Wiersma, Tom Sloan, Gary Colsett, Jennifer Kretschmer, Terry Martin, Dave Zikovich, Sandra Payne, Louis Liu, and many others. We've been talking about this for quite a while, and in general, we're very much in favor of streamlining. Anything to streamline and take projects down a notch. I believe the Planning Commission wanted to retain. They voted to retain the between 5,000 and 6,000 square foot and review those projects. We agree with the original report that Jocelyn wrote, where those are remanded back down to DRC. I also just wanted to make another comment. I was, with regard to the REACH codes, I also sit on the board of the Silicon Valley AIA, and
we wholeheartedly support the REACH code and anything having to do with green and sustainability. And I'm happy to report that we broke ground on the first brand new home that I designed, which is all electric. And it's in the city of Saratoga. Actually, it's in the county of Santa Clara. And it's under construction now, and it's going to be all electric, no gas. And it's kind of unusual when you have a bare lot with absolutely no utilities, but the best thing was they saved $30,000 not getting PG&E to bring out a gas meter and install it. And so they paid for all their electric appliances by not having to pay PG&E for a gas line. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Mr. Cross? Councilmember Sayoc.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Cross. I wanted to ask if the group had any comments about the below grade square footage. There was what was proposed by Policy Committee, what the Planning Commission recommended, and so if you had a chance, or if the group had a chance to weigh in on that. And it was specifically, I think it was, actually, I'm going to ask Ms. Stroopman to summarize the discrepancy between what they recommend and what the original proposal was.
So the Policy Committee didn't discuss this below grade square footage. That was a discussion solely by the Planning Commission.
And so, Mr. Cross, did you have a chance to see what their recommendation was?
No, I did not.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what that question.
Okay, thank you.
Question is.
I think that's it. Thank you. Move back to our discussion on this item. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Being a member of the Policy Committee, I should be able to answer my own question, but I'm going to go to staff. What was it that the Policy Committee sent forward to the Planning Commission as it relates to the 5,000 square feet?
The language brought forward to Planning Commission would revise the deciding body for homes greater than 5,000 square feet from the Planning Commission to the Development Review Committee.
And when you say homes greater than 5,000 square feet, anything having to do with those homes?
Yes, so whether that was a new home or an addition to an existing home.
All right. And then the Planning Commission had a problem with that because, or maybe they didn't have a problem with that. I got to get this 5,000 square feet in my head.
So much of the discussion with the Planning Commission had to do with their concerns with the Development Review Committee time for the hearings in the morning and transparency with the public, that they would be aware of those hearings as opposed to the Planning Commission times in the evening.
All right, and I think this might be my last question. With regard to the hillside homes and the issue that was before the Policy Committee and the issue that was before the Planning Commission, in what process would those issues come before the DRC or the Planning Commission? Would this be an architecture and site application or some other?
So if an application were going before the Development Review Committee or the Planning Commission, it's a discretionary application. So most oftentimes it's an architecture and site application. So in either scenario, whether it's the Development Review Committee or the Planning Commission, there are the same required noticing. For hillside homes, we notice 500 feet or 30 properties, whichever is greater. So there would be no difference in that.
All right, for now, that's my last question.
Vice Mayor.
Okay, as the other member of the Policy Committee, Ms. Schuppen, I wanted to make sure that I understood or remembered correctly what we were doing on the Policy Committee. And in looking at the proposed changes, the below grade, as far as I can tell and as I recall, really we just removed the word cellar because that has been traditionally so confusing and changed it to below grade. But other than that, the Policy Committee didn't recommend any changes to existing process. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Then with respect to the 5,000 square feet, again, I don't recall that the Policy Committee did anything or in looking at what the proposals are other than to say if a proposed house meets the FAR and is not visible, then it can go to DRC, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I think that's it. Thank you.
So, Councilmember Spector.
Thank you. Thank Ms. Jensen. Refreshing my recollection, I think, of what the policy committee did. I supported the staff proposal that was before the policy committee because it seemed very linear, black and white. If it's, if it 5,000 square feet doesn't, violate the ordinance, then it can go to DRC. And even though I overall would rather land use issues go to the Planning Commission, that one seemed very defined. And so I felt comfortable recommending to the Planning Commission and now to the council that it go forward to the DRC. My concern now, though, is, and I asked this of staff during the week, and I asked it again now, unless I'm mistaken, the application that would be going forward with this 5,000 square foot issue would be an architecture and site application. And I'm going to make a statement that I'm going to look to staff. If we look to the decision tree within the architecture and site ordinance 29/2150, we are looking at landscaping, trees, exterior architecture design, character of the neighborhood, harmony with the neighborhood, adjacent development, lighting. The architecture and site ordinance is very extensive and multidimensional. So now back to staff. Would an architecture and site application that could possibly entail all the elements of 29/2150 be going to the DRC?
Yes, it could. So staff would be looking at all of those elements and making sure that if an application went to the DRC, it was in compliance with all of those elements of the code.
If I might. Then that's where I would have where I disagree with myself as a policy committee member and now as a council member, because I would not see issues like landscaping, trees, character of the neighborhood, harmony, adjacent development, exterior development design as being the kind of black and white issues that the DRC has been handling under our expedited process. So I'm going to reverse my thinking and say that I would not send this one part of the staff report to the DRC.
Councilmember Sayak.
So, Ms. Shootman, help me clarify my own thoughts now. My understanding, just hearing the discussion, but this is only lots where the home is not visible, correct?
Yes.
So homes that are visible and requesting any exceptions would still come to Planning Commission?
Yes, a home that's visible as defined by the guidelines would still be required to go to the Planning Commission.
And any exceptions to the objective criteria that we have?
So yeah, the two major exceptions in the guidelines are related to floor area and building height.
Okay, thanks.
So no further discussion. Do we have a motion? Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'll try a motion and see what happens, is that we adopt the original recommendation from the policy committee, and I'm not sure that that was even included with our staff report. So I don't know what attachment to call it. So I'm not sure how to reword what we have before us, but my motion would be to revert it to the original recommendations, which were essentially, in my mind, changing the word cellar to below grade, but otherwise not changing anything. Make the appropriate changes to the ordinance with respect to accessory dwelling units that we have to anyway, was part of the streamlining. That houses that, regardless of their size, meet the FAR and are otherwise within our various regulations and are not visible from our platforms can go to DRC, bearing in mind that there is an appeal right from DRC. So in other words, adopt the original recommendation of the policy committee rather than what the planning commission has recommended.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Councilmember Rennie?
I possibly want a second. I want to ask the maker of the motion if she would be interested in adding some of the changes that the Planning Commission suggested. I think the changes to Exhibit B seem reasonable, and the changes to Exhibit C seem reasonable. So Exhibit B was mostly about removing under Section C, actually maybe, removing 8 on, it's kind of confusing how all this works. So C8, they're removing some language there. And then on...
You need to tell me what that is because I don't have it in
Sure,
front of me.
Let me go back. So it is removing C8, which says a significant cellar below grade square footage element is included in the design unless it conflicts with other standards. The Planning Commission discussion felt that was encouraging people to go ahead and build cellars rather than what's really wanted is to reduce above grade mass and then put it in the cellar instead. This language to them was saying, let's go ahead and add a cellar also, kind of thing. So they thought just getting rid of what seems to be listed here and looks like page 241, or maybe it's page, on my iPad it's page 241, seems to say page 30 also below, and it was C8.
Okay, I see that, and I'm going to confirm with staff that, as I recall the policy committee actions, we were not changing any kind of existing policy or ordinance. All we were doing was substituting the words below grade blah-de-blah for cellar, correct?
That's correct. So when we brought forward all these changes to the planning commission, they saw the strike-throughs and had some additional conversations.
Okay, right, but that strike-through changes our existing policy on cellars, correct? If we adopt it.
Joel Paulson, Community Development Director. It would not change our existing policy. The conversation was basically, this is a list of things that you need to do to exceed the FAR. And the concern by the Planning Commission was that we're saying, go ahead and exceed your FAR and put a big giant cellar underneath it, which kind of defeats the purpose. So that was the Planning Commission's general consensus on that recommendation. It does not affect our current policy for below grade square footage.
But it does affect our current policy on FARs. It's not, what I'm trying to get at is, if I were to agree with Mr. Rennie, what I would be agreeing to is changing an underlying policy or ordinance that we hadn't discussed at the policy committee.
That's correct.
Okay, so no, I don't want to adopt that amendment.
Okay.
Councilmember Sayoc.
To a question of staff then, understanding the intent behind the Planning Commission was to just minimize bulk and mass and square footage so that in lieu of confusion is gone. What makes most sense to staff for implementation? And then the flip side of that is this something where we should take this piece and ask you to review to see what actually makes sense and simplifies, given the intent that the policy committee and the planning commission had in mind?
I would say the simplest for this evening, because we haven't gone back through and looked at what those impacts might be, would be to adopt what's currently before you in some form and then provide direction back to the policy committee if you specifically want to discuss those two issues.
Okay. Okay, so that makes more sense. Thanks.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And within the confines of beating a dead horse, I will ask staff again. I'm now looking at I think this is the Planning Commission's report, and they have all of their bullets of what they are to be considering. And one of them is that modify the deciding body for new homes over 5,000 square feet that do not exceed the maximum allowable floor area and are not visible from the Planning Commission to the DRC. Now, that came from the Policy Committee, correct?
Pardon me, I'm trying to find it, but I believe so, yes, those bullet points.
That's correct.
All right, thank you. And that, if that went before the Planning Commission or the DRC, that would go forward as part of an architecture and site application. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sayak.
I can't remember. Do we have a second?
I'm going to second it.
Okay.
So now we have a second, so we can call the question. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
So it passes 4-1. Councilmember Spector dissenting. Councilmember Sayak.
May I make another motion?
This is the time.
Okay. There were all these other issues that were brought forward, and frankly, I'd like some clarification on what those were. Understanding it wasn't under the original purview of Policy Committee, can I ask the below-grade issue to be brought back to them?
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. That wraps up number 13. Moving on to number 14. Thank you, Ms. Schutman. Town Code Amendment Application A19-007, considering amendments to Chapter 39 of zoning regulations regarding demolition. Ms. Armour.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. The item in front of you is consideration of changes to the definitions of demolition and wall as recommended both by Town Council Policy Committee and Planning Commission, and forwarded to you for consideration. The recommendation impacts the current definitions, both of demolition and wall, in 3 ways. For the definition of demolition, it deletes the words, "The remaining exterior walls must be retained either in the existing interior or existing exterior wall covering." And it revises the repair exception that was recently added to remove reference to wall coverings. And then the definition of wall is revised to not include a reference to wall coverings. These changes are intended to streamline the land use process and reduce costs for remodeling existing homes. This concludes staff's presentation, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Armour. We have questions at this time from council. Seeing none, I have no cards from the public on this, so I will go and close the public hearing. We'll move back to council for a discussion or motion. Councilmember Spector.
Make a motion to introduce an ordinance attachment 4 by title only, effecting amendments to Chapter 29 zoning regulations of the Town Code regarding demolition regulations.
Okay, I'll second. Discussion. Seeing none, we'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, none. Ms. Neese, can you read the ordinance? By title only.
An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Los Gatos amending Chapter 29 zoning regulations of the Town Code regarding demolition regulations.
Thank you. Item number 15, introduction of an ordinance by title only affecting amendments to Chapter 23 streets and sidewalks of the Town Code regarding the right-of-way dedications, installation of curbs and gutters, and sidewalks, and undergrounding of utilities. Ms. Peterson.
Thank you. And good evening, Mayor and council members. Lisa Peterson, Assistant Parks and Public Works Director, Town Engineer. And I am here tonight to recommend to the Town Council that you introduce an ordinance affecting amendments to Chapter 23 Streets and Sidewalks of the Town Code regarding right-of-way dedication and installation of public improvements. The Town Council recently did implement some code changes to the demolition regulations for streamlining of the building permit process. Those changes are going to cause some
substantial remodels to no longer go through the ANS process. The ANS process is where Parks and Public Works is able to condition those types of projects for needed right-of-way and needed public improvements. It is typical for cities to require right-of-way and public improvements for new construction and also substantial remodels. This issue was before the Policy Committee on 2 occasions. At that time, the Policy Committee did provide some direction for changes to Chapter 23 of the Streets and Sidewalks Code, and also did recommend that we bring this forward to the Town Council. The draft ordinance is in your packet, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it would be helpful, at least to me, but the issue that came up at the Policy Committee had to do with defining substantial. And I understand from the staff report that staff did move forward with that, but if you could verbalize what your input is on defining substantial.
Yes, thank you. So the Policy Committee did recommend that we put a percentage in when we were defining what substantial meant. And the way that we have defined it in these changes to the code is to say if you meet 1 of 4 criteria, 3 of 4 criteria, then it would be considered a substantial remodel. One of those criteria that the Policy Committee recommended, we change a set valuation amount from a set, just $200,000 or $180,000, I think we had brought to the Policy Committee, to an actual percentage of the total value of improvements. Ultimately, when we went back to go look at that, what we found out is that what that would end up doing is it would make that criteria much more onerous for people with less expensive homes than more expensive homes. So in order to try to level the playing field, we put the language in saying the valuation work either exceeds $200,000 or 20% of the total value of the improvements.
Vice Mayor.
This is a question, I don't know, for Ms. Peterson or Mr. Schultz. We got a letter on this from AT&T's lawyers, essentially saying that if we were to enact it, we were going to violate all kinds of state and federal laws. So are they correct?
No, this would not be applicable to them. This has to do with a project from a property owner as opposed to any of the carriers.
All right. I have no cards on this item, so I'm assuming that no one from the public wants to address us on this, so we'll close the public hearing and or the public testimony and go on to a motion and/or discussion by the council. I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the recommendation in the staff report. Do I have a second? Motion and a second. Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed, none. Ms. Neese.
An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Los Gatos amending Chapter 23, Streets and Sidewalks of the Town Code regarding demolition regulations, right-of-way dedication, installation of curbs, gutters, and sidewalks, and undergrounding of utility regulations.
Thank you. We will move on to item number 16, which is the first reading and introduction of an ordinance of the Town of Los Gatos amending Chapter 18, Article 6, Section 18.60-020 of the Los Gatos Town entitled Permits for Retailers of Tobacco Products to prohibit the sale of electronic cigarettes. Mr. Schultz?
Yes, good evening, Council. This is a follow-up from your October 1st meeting, and as a prelim in 2017, the Town Council adopted an ordinance to regulate the sale of tobacco by businesses in Los Gatos. After that ordinance was enacted, we also entered into an agreement with the County of Santa Clara to administer the ordinance and collect the annual permit fees. On October 1st, yes, I can move it closer. On October 1st, the council discussed potential amendments to the tobacco retail ordinance due to the concerns associated with the growth of the sale of e-cigarettes, electronic smoking devices, electronic smoking paraphernalia, including vaping devices. Based on council's direction on October 1st, staff, in coordination with the County of Santa Clara, recommends the following set of updates to our ordinance in order to better prevent and reduce the use of tobacco products and electronic smoking products, especially by youth under the age of 21. There are 4 major modifications to our ordinance. One is we are repealing it and reenacting the town's tobacco retail license ordinance, so it conforms with the county's tobacco retail license ordinance, since the county is the town's designee to implement and enforce the town's ordinances. The two were very similar, but there were slight differences in variations of definitions and other issues that made it much more simpler just to repeal and reenact. But prior to this, they were pretty close to being similar with a few differences. With this repeal and reenactment, you'll also be amending it from your previous ordinance so that the sale and distribution of all electronic cigarette products will be eliminated. And also, before we were just had flavored products, but now we're adding mint and menthol to our list of flavors, so there'll be a complete ban on all flavors. These two provisions, banning all electronic devices and cigarette products and the mint and menthol, will not go in effect until 2020 when their permits are up for the following year. This allows the sale, if they currently have stock, to sell those, so there isn't a problem with their inventory not being able to be sold. So there will be a little implementation period. By July, all the 18 of our permits will be up. I believe it's by July, and therefore they'll all, after that time, not be able to sell. This is a little different than my proposal. If you remember, my proposal had to do more with just outline if they have not been FDA approved. This is a total ban regardless. It's a little bit more restrictive, and it has the potential to being challenged. But I believe it's the correct way for us to go, especially with the county now backing us up and also doing the same changes. And in fact, today, the county took up this exact same amendments to their ordinance, and I believe county is here to discuss how that went at the county meeting today. But those same restrictions will also be in their ordinance. The other one is in ours, it would be to amend the ordinance to eliminate the exceptions that we had for the adult stores. This is the over 21, anyone that had a cigar store that you had to be over 21, but you could still come in and buy the flavored tobacco. We had that exception. That's no longer will be allowed in Los Gatos. We don't have any anymore. The one that we did have is closed, so it's perfect timing to be able to implement that without worrying about any challenges. And then there's also other modifications that really are just to conform with the county ordinance, amending some of the definitions that we did not have in ours that need to be put in there. Also, I think a one that was proposed by the county was this look-back period before you can only look back 24 months to assess further penalties. If you had your second and third penalty, you could only go back 24 months. Now you'll be able to go back 60. That coincides with other jurisdictions also, and it also allows to make certain that you don't have the same repeat people selling to minors every 24 period if they know that we're reaching back 60 months instead of 24. And I believe that's pretty much it on it. I would say, though, besides our standard publicizing this, on our website and doing the standard in the newspaper, I also sent out letters specifically to our 18 retailers, telling them of this hearing and telling them of the proposed changes to our ordinance. And with that, council, we are requesting you move for introduction and first reading of the ordinance by title only.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Questions from council? Seeing none, we'll move to the public hearing portion. Sarah Sink.
Good evening, Council. My name is Sarah Sink, and I live in downtown Los Gatos, right on Wilder Avenue. I'm coming to you as an educator and as a longtime resident, and I'm very much support of your new ordinance about e-cigarettes. As an educator, we're seeing this a lot in our middle school community. My district that I teach in is in Union Elementary School District. Portion of it is in the city of Los Gatos. And we're doing the best we can as teachers to help educate children. But I really think that if kids walk into local places in town and see them for sale, then that they think that that's an okay thing to do. It's not hard for older friends or family members to purchase these things, and then we see kids talking about them getting resold to them. So I did a little survey with some of my kids today after school and talked to them a little bit about e-cigarettes and where are they seeing them, and the biggest thing that they said is we get them from older kids and we buy them at a surplus price. So the other thing I want to talk about is a little bit in the afternoons when I'm driving home, is I see a lot of kids from probably the middle school, Fisher Middle School, more than likely, and they are out on the Starbucks lawn, and twice I've noticed kids vaping, and I'm really concerned about that because they're young, they don't necessarily understand the consequences. And then I've also noticed and actually talked to a young man on North Santa Cruz. He was a teenager. He was I don't know exactly how old he was, but I stopped him and I said, hey, do you know anything about what your choices that you're making? And he said, you know, you're the first person that's ever confronted me about it. And I said, well, as a person that has dealt with a mother that had a very big smoking addiction and had complications with her life about that, and also it affected me as a secondhand smoker, I just really think that it's important for our kids to realize the impact that these can make on them. We don't know all the health concerns yet. We have speculation, but I do think that our town can really do a wonderful job, like we have already, with protecting our kids. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Nicole Cox.
Hi, good evening, members of the Town Council. My name is Nicole Cox, and I'm from the Santa Clara County Public Health Department, and just wanted to provide a brief update about what the county approved today. As was mentioned by the town attorney, the County Board of Supervisors took up this action today and unanimously approved this same changes that you have before you today. Of course, it'll go to a second reading in 2 weeks. But that has been the action of the county, and we are interested, should you take action on this, to continue in partnership with the town with helping to administer and monitor compliance for the ordinance. I did want to clarify one piece regarding the mint and menthol change. That those flavors of tobacco products were already prohibited from being sold, I think both in the town and in the county. The clarification that we added to our language was just to list that flavoring as a descriptor. It was not exempted from the current regulations, so just a point of clarification with that.
Thank you very much. We have a question. Councilmember Spector.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Given what you just said, is the proposed ordinance before us exactly the same as the one that was adopted for the first reading by the county?
So it was a quick timeline for us. Our county council did a quick review. We haven't had time to thoroughly look at everything, but based on the major components that are before you, they do mirror what the county has put forward. With that, I just wanted to add the caveat that it hasn't been sort of a thorough analysis, given both of our timelines were on the same day, and I think we had about a 6-week turnaround at the county, so our attorneys were a little busy.
And I can state, I'm sure they will maybe in the next 2 weeks before it comes back for second reading, but it is identical. Obviously, the numbering is different, but it is identical with all the same definitions now, and it is identical. The one major difference would be we just eliminated completely the adult stores 21 because they still have them. Right. They are phasing them out, I believe. And I didn't see any reason why we need to phase them out if we don't have them already.
And our county council did look at that component and felt it was fine, given you're in a different scenario than us.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. David Wiseman.
So I just have kudos for the town attorney for the rapidity of this turnaround, and I think this is great. I have nothing else to add.
Thank you, Mr. Wiseman. All right, that concludes the public testimony portion. And go back to council for a discussion and or motion. I'll go ahead and make a motion. Move to approval of the staff report. We have a second. Seconded by Councilmember Sayoc. Discussion. No discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Schultz. And we have to read the title. Thank you.
An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Los Gatos amending Chapter 18, Article 6, Section 18.60.020 of the Los Gatos Town Code entitled Permits for Retailers of Tobacco Products to prohibit the sale and distribution of electronic cigarettes products and other tobacco products.
Thank you, Ms. Anise. So at this time, I'm going to suggest we take a short break, 5 minutes, because I have to recuse myself from the next item anyway. So the Vice Mayor will be taking over the meeting when we resume from our break. Thank you for your patience, everybody.
And you will be recusing yourself because you own property within the district area.
That is correct. I will be recusing myself because I own property in the district being discussed. So, be back in 5 minutes.
We're going to continue with our meeting with item number 17, which is best described as a consideration of potential PBID. And tonight, on our agenda item, I'd emphasize for those of you that are speaking, is an opportunity for the council to provide input on the ideas for that PBID, but not for the council to make a decision about supporting or not supporting that PBID. So we look forward to a report from staff. Ms. Wren.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. That's a great introduction. So tonight, the council is being asked to just discuss and provide input on the proposed property business improvement district, including the draft service plan that was attached to your report and the boundary map within your role as property owner representatives for the town parcel. And then we'd like you to direct staff on next steps to work with the PBID committee. The public discussion is not required as a part of the legal process tonight, but it's rather an opportunity for all of you to discuss this in a public setting. Should the committee move forward with the second phase of the improvement district, they'll be developing a management plan which will include an engineer's report, and that will provide more information on the benefits that will be received by each parcel. So staff is here, the attorney and myself are here tonight to support you in your conversation, and I believe there's members of the steering committee here as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wren. Questions? Seeing no council questions, I'll move to my speaker cards. The first is Bobby Kaya. Kaya.
Honorable Vice Mayor and Town Council, my name is Bobby Kaya with McCarthy Ranch, the infamous owners of the corner parcel, which excited to say we'll be getting started on construction soon. A little plug there. But we're obviously a local property and business owner in town and also members of the steering committee, and just wanted to speak out in support of council backing the as proposed amount for the PBID. We feel pretty strongly after attending all the informational meetings and discussing as a PBID that it is a very strong package that I think is going to really allow the PBID to revitalize the town. And so just would encourage you guys to give it good consideration and hopefully support it so that we can make a move to bring Los Gatos kind of back. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kaya. Don't run away. Let's see if you have any questions. Nope? Okay, thank you very much. Now you can run away. Andrea Romano.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm here as a representative of a business owner. My husband and I actually own two businesses in town, Centonove, which is a restaurant here on Main Street, Chin Chin, which is another restaurant on Village Lane. I was part of the steering committee, and as a business owner, I just want to also ask that you consider the adoption of the PBID. We are in full support of it because we do believe that the revitalization efforts that will occur as a result of this will benefit the businesses. And just as a point of reference, I recognize that there's some concern about the costs that will be incurred by the landowners that possibly could be passed down to the tenants. And I'm very well aware of that, and trust me, I'm a very stingy person who's trying to make revenue in my businesses. But when we ran the numbers, especially for Centonove, it was essentially if I could get 10 more tables of food served at the restaurant in a year, that would cover the cost of the PBID. And frankly, if the PBID funds were used in such a way that they revitalize the town, that's a wash. And actually, I'd make money off of that because the intention is that we get more guests through the restaurant. So that's all I have to say, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you. Ginger Rowe.
Hi, thank you for having us tonight. I am also a business owner and was part of the steering committee. I own Time Out Clothing in Los Gatos. I also encourage you to consider the PBID. Being a part of the process, it's been interesting. It's been great to sit with lots of landowners, and the other businesses have been involved. I think it will really revitalize the town. I agree with Andrea and the fact that I ran the numbers. It's a minimal and nominal amount for us as a business owner. If it was passed down to us, I agree. It would be, for me, it would be 1 to 2 sales that I could make up in one day, hopefully, with the revitalization and the bringing more business to the town, to all of our businesses. The opportunities are so much greater than what we are sitting on right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions? Nope, nope, thank you. Catherine Summers.
Good evening, Council. I appreciate your patience with the whole PBID process, and I particularly appreciate the initial funding that you granted to us for the discovery phase, which was the first phase of this PBID formation. We've learned a great deal. It was awesome to see the property owners, the stakeholders of this town finally come together and sit at a table and discuss what needs to be done in the historic downtown. Over the last 5 or 6 months, we've held 4 open houses to explain the PBID process, the whys, the hows, the benefits, the district boundaries, and the assessment formulas. Twice, we sent letters to all the property owners in the C2 district and even beyond. We answered many phone calls and then received great attendance at the meetings. Participation was high. Property owners, merchants, and even residents weighed in on what we were trying to do. Post-open houses, we were able to set district boundaries, started small. We also put assessment formulas in place, and we feel strongly that we have ample support to see this formation to fruition. Through these discussions, we identified 3 categories in which we would use the money. As you can see on your first page, $127,000 each year would go into destination development. Destination development would be special events, beautification, signage, work in the parking lots, additional street cleaning and garbage maintenance above and beyond what the town already provides, and street pole banners and the like. The next $127,000 would be dedicated to destination marketing or placemaking for our town. After losing the RDA funding, we no longer have money to spend on advertising or social media or anything at the airports. We could really use the town app, like that one that we discussed earlier this evening, or a parking app. We could host FAM tours and work more closely with Visit California and Team San Jose or others like that. Lastly, $127,000 a year would be put aside for infrastructure projects as determined by the town, be that widening sidewalks or whatever you think that we should do in the downtown area to make it more vibrant. The funds are just a start, but would help. We don't have the luxury of TOT funding or EDC or DBA. We only have a small chamber and a visitor center that is always asking for money, obviously. You are the biggest property owner in this equation. Tonight, I need to gauge your level of support before I can confidently go to my board and ask for money for Phase 2. As you might remember, the Phase 2 is $46,000 that we need to pay to the consultant. That's to complete the engineer's report, the petition, and finally the ballot. I cannot ask my chamber board to risk that if I think that you are not all in on this and will partner with us to the end. Thank you.
Questions for Ms. Summers? Ms. Sayak.
So I just want to make sure I understand. So the 46,000, is that regardless of the map, just to move forward, or it's 46,000 with the proposed map that's in front of us?
That is 46, at this point, we need to pay or commit to another $46,000 to the consultant so that they will take us through Phase 2. And the map could still change, but we have determined that the map, based on our discovery phase, we feel that the map is the district that we think will function the best. And so the map is tonight that's up for discussion, of course.
Okay, so if I'm hearing, I just want to make sure I understand. So 46,000, the map may change, but that's the cost to move forward.
Correct.
And may change meaning substantial, I want to know what's the break even for you, I guess the tipping point.
That's a good question. I think we really want to form this PBID. So I think we would be willing, and I think I could convince my board that the investment of $46,000 is worth it so long as we have virtually this district in place. Now, the dollars or the assessment, that can all be discussed. We just need to know that the risk is a good risk to take.
Okay.
I guess I'm saying.
Councilwoman Spector.
Thank you. This is a question I want Catherine to stay there, but a question of staff. I should have asked it at the beginning. I'm looking to staff, probably to the town attorney, to give me guidance on what we are going to be doing here as a council, because what I hear Ms. Summers saying is that they're looking for us to weigh in positively before they commit to the 46,000. Is that what we're doing here tonight?
So this is a little different requirement than is normally done with an assessment district. Normally, the town puts up the entire amount, the 47 plus the 22,000, and from the beginning, it goes through the whole phase and it brings it back to you at the end on whether you want to approve it or not. In this case, the chamber is going to be putting up the second phase money, which is $46,000. And as staff realized that they were going to put up that much money, and having council not knowing as a property owner. So tonight, what you're really wearing is your property owner hat, because you're being involved and asked to put in $89,000 per year. They're really looking for feedback. There's not a motion necessary, but certainly you could give them feedback on the assessment, the map, and those issues. And then from that point, they'll take that information back to their board and decide whether they want to move forward with the 45,000. Because in the end, you know, the town is a big component because of the parking lots and the assessments that are included in that. If in fact the town didn't have any property within the district, we wouldn't be in front of you today. But because you are a shareholder or a stakeholder, they felt it was necessary, and we agreed with that, to come to you as the property owner, not as a legislative body, to decide whether you are in, and not looking for a motion, but your individual opinions on the assessment amounts that are set forth in the map issue. After that, they'd have to take those comments back and decide whether they want to move forward. If they move forward, then the lion's share of that 47,000 is for an engineer, certified engineer, to put together a report in the management report explaining exactly how the special benefits are for our parcels, for other parcels, and what's the general benefit, and separating those two out. And then they have to go out and get signatures on their petitions, and then it comes back to you, and then you're acting more in a legislative capacity as to whether you want to approve the bid or not. So that's the process. I'm hoping that helps a little bit, that you're wearing your property hat, but you're not looking for a final say. You can't make a final decision of yes or no because you haven't even seen the engineer's report. But at least it's your initial thoughts, just as they've gone to many of the property owners in the district and told them the same set of facts. Is this something you're in support of as a property owner? And that's kind of where we're at tonight. But it is a little different than other jurisdictions in the process, because this isn't a mandatory hearing that's necessary.
All right, thank you. With that in mind, let me follow up with a few questions then. If we assume, and there's going to be, I don't know these numbers that I'm going to give you exactly, but if we assume right now the town pays the chamber about $60,000, $70,000 a year for various things that the chamber does, and the town contributes around $250,000 to cleaning and maintaining and improving the downtown. Understanding that we are in the formulaic process, would you anticipate that if the town were in the district, the town would continue to have contracts to pay money to the chamber and would continue to clean and improve the downtown?
Yes, for the most part. We would expect that the town would maintain its base level of services that you now provide. The exceptions to that would be some of the things that I asked for to help offset costs of summer block parties, street pole, hanging street pole banners. Some of those things could be absorbed by the PBID budget. But the baseline services, the street cleaning that you do 8 times a year, I think it is, 8 times a year, the planter boxes as they are now, and I know we have a new service level that we've just contracted for those. Those would stay the same. That would not be a part of the PBID's responsibilities.
And you and I have chatted about it before, but we'll do it as a hearing. Why did the organization decide to include the town and its properties?
Because we really felt that the partnership is key to the success of this PBID, and that the property that you own in town, 21% of this C2 district, in fact, is it's imperative that we focus some of what the PBID funds on those areas in order that they're more attractive, and that, be it the parking lots and just the beautification of the town. I think it's imperative that we include your properties, or else they'll be left there won't be the consistency or the continuity that I think we need in this town.
Councilman Rennie.
Thank you. So, Ms. Summers, I'll probably ask Mr. Foley this question also if he decides to speak. When I'm thinking through this as a property owner, I say, okay, I've got this property in town. What was the point? What was the purpose of the particular property? And so I'm specifically questioning in my mind the inclusion of the Plaza Park and the Civic Center. When I think about the parking lots, I say, okay, we put parking lots in place to generate the revenue from downtown, and that comes into our coffers. So as a landowner, I'm getting a return on investment from the parking lots. So I'm trying to think, is the Plaza Park really part of generating the revenue for downtown, or is that, and the same thing for the Civic Center, is it something different from generating the commerce of our commercial district? Is it for the neighbors that live nearby's enjoyment, which is different than, the return on my investment in parking lots? Any thoughts on this?
Well, I think you just answered it a little bit. It is for the neighborhood's enjoyment. It's for the whole town to enjoy that. So I think putting money into, or setting funds into the PBID that can be used to enhance any activity or anything in the Park Plaza does make sense. In terms of the Civic Center, we discussed that for a while today in a meeting with the steering committee, and we really believe that while the maintenance on the Civic Center is up to standard, it's not really at the level that it could be. I think with PBID funding, you could really even enhance an underutilized space even more to make it worthy of having town events, and to really bring this section of town into the fray, and so that we're more of a complete town that comes all the way down here and really utilize the whole thing. I mean, we could have events up on the right by the new fountain, and we could really, I think we could do a lot with it, and I don't think the town, in and of itself, will set aside the funding to do that. So I think the PBID could really help with that.
So if I could follow up on something you said, I heard you say the PBID would consider doing improvements to Plaza Park?
Yes.
And you think that would help the desirability of our commercial districts and generating income?
I do. I think that, I think it's, I wouldn't necessarily say lost revenue, but I guess in some way it is. I think if that park if we had more activities or potential activities going on in that park, more people would come to town, more people would then shop, more people would go to our restaurants.
And you were also talking about activities at the fountain out front here of the Civic Center. That's a long ways from a lot of the businesses. Some activity there, how is that going to get people to then go to the businesses?
I think it is all about placemaking for the town and making it a destination. So I think when people come into town, and if they enjoy this beautiful Civic Center, I mean, we never see people walking around the Civic Center. You could have, you could have groups gathering here and sitting up on, near the fountain. I think those people would perhaps not go to the restaurants that day, but they would leave with a warm feeling about the town as a whole, and would come back, and that would start building the momentum to really bring that vitality and vibrance back to the whole community.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to ask my question first, and then I will go back to Councilwoman Sayak and Spector. So Ms. Summers and Ms. Farwell, Mr. Foley, I'm going to ask you the same questions. Under Proposition 218, assessments against properties must be tied to a special benefit. So what you, in your response to Councilwoman Spector, you said your expectation was that the town would continue its maintenance of the parking lots, continue its street cleaning, continue its planter boxes, I assume continue its $2 million promise to improve downtown, continue its contract to the Chamber of Commerce. What special benefits is the town receiving, given that you believe that those investments already being made by the town should continue?
Well, so with all due respect, I'm going to throw it back at you and say, when you pull into those parking lots downtown, do you feel good about what they look like right now? So that's your...
I'm asking the question.
But I don't think, I mean, you know, that, and I know that our Parks Department does as much as they can in beautifying those parking lots, if you will, but they're horrible. First of all, you can't even find a place to park. I mean, the signage is, you know, and I know the town has not set aside the appropriate funding to have good signage. Or, you know, you could have, I mean, there are apps now that if we had sensors in the parking lots, you know, you could drive downtown and everyone complains about parking, but they could look at an app and say, oh, there's 3 parking spots in, you know, parking lot A. So I don't think that the public spaces are where they need to be to bring us to this next level of interest for everybody else who is looking at the Santana Rose and the new prune yard. You know, we have to compete, and the only way to do that is to start putting money into our public places. And so it's one way or another.
Okay, so I'm hearing beautification of our parking lots as a special benefit. So then my next question is, the parking lots are being assessed at 0.20, which is the same as the commercial property, whereas the Civic Center, et cetera, are being assessed at 0.10. Why 0.20 for a parking lot that's not a commercial property?
The truth on that is because when we met with all of you individually, the response that we got was that why was the Civic Center included? And we went back to the drawing board and we thought, okay, if they feel really strongly about the Civic Center being maintained and up to the level of service that you think is good enough, then we won't, you know, maybe that won't be assessed as high as the parking lots was really the reason. I mean, originally we wanted to do it all at the same amount.
Okay. And the final question is, have you looked at any kind of different scenarios? For example, I won't charge the town or include the Civic Center, or I will include the high school, or I won't assess the town as a commercial property for a parking lot. What different scenarios have you looked at for assessments in and the boundaries that you've looked at in bringing this PBID forward?
So we have run the numbers on multiple scenarios. We've looked at what other towns have done as well, and other towns like ours. And, you know, we did consider including the school district in it, and then we thought of the ramifications of doing that and thought, okay, we can't put that onus on a struggling school district already. And so we have, but the reason that we're really here tonight is for you to discuss it and see what you're comfortable with which formula for your property you would be comfortable with. And then my hope is that I can just go back to my board and say, this is where, you know, one, we'll go back and we'll run the numbers again with your comfortability level, and we'll see if it makes sense for then me to go to my board. This goes back to your question, Barbara, to go back to my board and say, here's how much funding we could raise. Here's what we could do with the funding. Maybe it's not $127,000 per bucket or per category. It's $80,000 per category, what have you. And is that enough? And then we'll have to make the steering committee. We'll have to make the final decision on that, as whether or not we go forward.
Okay, I'm going to try one more time, and then I'm going to give it back to Ms. Sayak and Ms. Spector. I didn't hear an answer to my question about different funding and assessment scenarios. So let's imagine that you're asking me for my comfort level on various things, and I say, you know what? My comfort level is a 0.10 for the parking lots or 0.05, and why don't you tell me how this all works out if I say that, and you say raise the assessment on other property owners to get to the same funding level you want, or if I say 0.05, then you say, okay, the money I'm going to raise from my PBID is this instead of this. So my question to you, or my feedback to you is, have you looked at different assessment numbers, or have you locked into a 0.20?
No, again, we have looked at different numbers. And I think actually when Jim gets up here, he might be able to address that further. I think there is we set a goal for ourselves as how much we wanted to raise in order to really make an impact and make a difference. And one of the reasons that we went with a PBID rather than a bid, and I'm sure you've read the difference between both of them, is that we knew we had a better possibility or more potential of raising funds that will really make an impact in our downtown by going to the stakeholders and the property owners rather than going to the businesses, because the businesses are more transient. They're struggling as it is. We thought, okay, if we get the property owners to have a voice amongst themselves, and for the most part, as I said, we have a lot of support for this. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that, sure, we can start playing with the numbers, but if it's not enough to really make a difference, and that's really for the steering committee and the people who are on that to make that decision after you decide how much is it worth to you? How much can you put in, or how much would you feel good about putting in, and what benefits will you get out of putting 10 cents in a square foot versus 20 cents a square foot?
Okay, Councilwoman Sayak?
It's a sort of a follow-up to Vice Mayor, with the various options. You mentioned C2, and so is there a reason why it didn't extend to the other side of Highway 9?
Yes. So at a few of our open houses, as I said, we invited people on the other side, University on the other side, and all the way down to Blossom Hill, and then as well on Winchester. And quite a few people came, and in fact, we did have some support from over there, but it was after, lengthy discussions that we determined that we really wanted to get this formed, and then Civitas had recommended that once you get it formed and you see how successful it is, you can always add on to it after that 5-year mark. And I think actually after 3 years, we could add another one onto it. And you can overlay on top of one district. So it was our hope that we could really almost start small, but be really efficient and effective.
And if I may, another iteration of the various models. So if I'm understanding you correctly, so 424 was the intended goal. And then it was then figuring out, working backwards, how much to charge each property owner.
Yes.
Based on square footage.
Yeah.
And so one question to you, and I guess I'll ask it to others, infrastructure. So that's 127. Was there a consideration of not including public property that the town owns and just acknowledging 127 is really the infrastructure part? 90, ours is 90, I guess our assessment would be 90,000 a year. Like, that's really the intended goal. This is something that is expected of the town to provide as part of its streetscape, part of the 2 million, whatever, but just acknowledging that that was the assumptions for all the property business owners would be on these elements, and this would be the assumption for the town. Like, was that ever a funding consideration?
No, and again, Jim might be able to explain that more, but how we looked at that was we just assessed your property, imagine if you're just one property owner, all 4 of you or 5 of you, and so we assessed your property to the, what we thought it should be. For example, one of the reasons that we kept the parking lots at that rate, and again, the engineer could come in and say that this benefit does not equate to what we're asking you, we're not, it doesn't meet with the assessment formula. So they could still come in and say that, even regardless of what you all agree on tonight. So we have to keep that in mind. But the second thing that I wanted to point out is that all of the property owners, say, for example, you have, the banks, they have huge parking lots as well. Their parking lots are also being assessed at that 20 cents a square foot. So it doesn't matter, so that was one of the reasons that we left the parking lots in there, is because we really wanted to show or exhibit your partnership in this. And so and the other point I wanted to bring up is that although you're being assessed, or your property is being assessed at $90,000, 20 cents in some areas and 10 cents on others, that $90,000, you could look at it one way as you're investing that, but you're really, for the infrastructure projects that will eventually come to pass, $127,000 is coming back to you. So in a way, it's an investment for more money that you'll make towards those projects.
And what was my third? Oh, the third question. You mentioned that there's an assumption of baseline level of service. I just wanted to just a caveat, like the level of services we provide varies depending on the year's budget. And there's always discussion on our financial conservatives that should a recession hit, like things could change. Right. And so was there any discussion, acknowledgement of the committee that level of service is not a static thing, that it could change depending on the year's budget, the year's forecast, the year's emergency needs?
Yes, definitely it could vary based on those reasons that you just, laid out. We are going into this, though, thinking that the baseline of services is what we currently have, and I think you have all that in front of you right now, if I'm not mistaken. I think that was a desk item, and it was discussed even at a few council meetings ago as to how many times the streets are cleaned, how many, how many times the garbage is picked up, how, all of those things I think are on one of your sheets, or I know we have copies of that somewhere. So that is what we feel are the baseline services. But that could change if there's a wildfire, if there's an earthquake. I mean, of course, all of that's up for discussion as it comes up. I mean, we realize that.
Councilwoman Spector?
Thank you. When you were talking about the town's parking lots, when you were initially responding to my question, and you talked about how they were in bad shape, basically, I had images that you were talking about the parking lots along the right-of-way, some of which have, grass or weeds along by the fence. First of all, are you talking about those parking lots?
All of them, yes.
So you're also talking about the parking lot out here outside of our town hall?
Yes.
And in what way do you think that's in bad shape?
Well, that one might not be in as quite a bad a shape as, some of the other ones that are up. For example, when you come off of the highway right there, off of 17 and the one on the right there. I mean, that one's in pretty bad shape, as is, the one in front of my office could use, I just think there are some improvements that could be made. And again, remember, it's not just beautification. It could be for advanced technology in those, it might be a metering system or whatever, we've talked about meters or the sensors or, whatever, some of the latest, greatest technology we could implement in our parking lots so that we could really maybe figure out the employee parking situation or, so I think there's a lot that we could do with PBID money to mitigate some of the traffic or some of the parking problems that we have right now.
All right, then this might be my last question, we'll see. You mentioned Plaza Park. Now, let's assume for the sake of this question that I think Plaza Park looks pretty good. And I know from staff, they did a report, they're paying something like $55,000 a year for Plaza Park. You sort of answered this, I think, in response to prior questions, but what's wrong with Plaza Park, or are you saying there's nothing wrong with it, we just want to have money for events?
No, events is different, actually. I think with Plaza Park, and I brought this up before, for example, I don't know if you remember 2.5, 3 years ago when that fountain wasn't going, and it hadn't been going in 2 or 3 years. I mean, turning that fountain on was completely changed the dynamics of who went to that park. I don't know if if you did the before and after, and there were more mothers with their babies, or dads would come down with their kids, or high school kids would be there after school kind of hanging out. The other thing that you just did this weekend is you put some of those Adirondack chairs over there. People were sitting in them all weekend long. I mean, it's things like that that really changes the tone. One of my dreams in that park, I mean, as we always say, we're such an age-friendly town, and I just actually came home from Spain the other day, and as you're walking through the parks in Europe, they have places where you can sit down, and it's older people playing chess at rock stone tables, or that are in the park, and the chess set is already engraved in the stone. And then at times you'll see a older 70-year-old man playing chess, or teaching a 16-year-old how to play chess. I mean, it's kind of that sort of community that I think we really could build upon here. And we have the beginnings of it, but we can't get to that next level, I don't think, without funding like this. And this is what other towns have figured out, or public art. I mean, another thing we were talking about today is right near that park is the roundabout that we're talking about. I mean, how lovely would it be if we had some extra money in a PBID fund that we could actually do a gateway into town, so that you drove in and it wasn't just the weeds on the one side, and then you kind of drive in, but you had this roundabout that had a beautiful rock garden and a welcome to Los Gatos sign. I mean, it's a matter of what's important. I think this is a way that we can have those funds to really do something special in the town, and so that's why I'm in support of it.
Thank you, and aren't you glad you went before the other two?
I don't know. They are.
And, okay, any other questions before you sit down? All right, thank you, Ms. Summers. Mr. Shepherdson.
Thank you, Councilmember, or Vice Mayor Jensen. So I wrote down some points here. I didn't anticipate speaking, but so the question I pose is, does the downtown warrant enhancement? In my view, after having a law practice here for 18 years, is it does. And I understand the base level of services is $250,000 a year. That's a number I heard. Well, I would respectfully submit that that's not enough. It may be pretty good, but I think it could be so much more. I think we have so much potential here, and I think we can tap more of that. The sidewalks, I've seen them, we have a lot of people come in town, and they're dirty, and dumpsters are full because we have a lot of people coming town. So if we could address that better, and if that means partnering with a group, with the town to do that, I would be for that. And part of the problem is a larger budgetary problems that we have, from the pensions and the road maintenance, the police department, those kinds of things that put financial pressure on the town that we have to recognize. So, and kind of swinging back to the town, that my suggestion would be to think of it as, let's make it sparkle, not just pretty good, not just fine, but let's make it sparkle and make it a destination. And one of the ways that we could do that is to weave it in with the green and really encourage biking and bike cages, and have those individuals bike into town, and they'll spend money, and then the town will get revenue. Smart traffic lights is something I think that makes a lot of sense, and could get more flow into town. And I actually wrote this down, so we didn't conspire. I wrote down roundabouts. And also signage, maybe a nice sign. You see in Campbell and other cities, this nice sign that says Town of Los Gatos somewhere. And it seems to me near the downtown. Parking meters is a concept that I think can be explored. More charging stations for vehicles. And that's it. Thank you.
I guess you have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Shepherdson. Ms. Farwell. I was tempted to call up Mr. Foley, even though this says last.
Good evening, honorable council members. I feel like I should just start answering your questions, but I prepared a little speech. So we are here tonight to talk to you, our town council, as property owners in the Central Business District and your commitment to the PBID. This meeting is not required to advance the PBID, but we feel your input and your feedback is very important at this time to continue moving forward with the PBID. The PBID benefits the entire Central Business District. The time is critical to improve the vibrancy and the vitality of our downtown, to stay on pace or on par with our neighboring communities, and to continue to make Los Gatos the premier and preferred destination in the South Bay. Our 3 buckets will benefit all properties, businesses, and parking lots in the PBID. The infrastructure element of the PBID is critical to our downtown. The PBID will allow us to add destination marketing that is so important and is virtually non-existent. We will be able to expand events and other destination-driven opportunities that enhance our downtown for both our residents and visitors through the PBID. I want to emphasize how far we've come as property owners, wanting to assess ourselves for the benefit of the town. It's been a long time, if ever, that we've had a cohesive group of property owners that want to work with the town and the businesses to drive the vibrancy and the vitality of downtown. I ask you, our council members, as a property owner itself, to commit to our PBID, to continue to advance the exciting enhancements that the PBID will bring to all of Los Gatos. And I am more than willing to answer some questions.
Okay, questions for Ms. Farwell? Mr. Rennie?
I'll start off. So one, I think it was mentioned somewhere, but I had thought of it before. We, the town council, can look at this as an investment of 20%, and we get 5 times that back in investments in our downtown. Assuming that we think it's a good idea to invest in our downtown. Actually, I lost my question out of that.
Let's see if somebody else has a question
Yeah.
while you figure it out. Anybody else? Ms. Sayak.
So I guess the same question, like the different funding models that the group had put up. So the scenario I'd posed to Ms. Summers, like you've identified 90,000, and is there a model that was discussed so that we were not necessarily assessed so that it would go there, but there's an assumption that the town, this is how much you're paying for X, this is what you...
Right.
Have there been those models?
We ran a lot of different models, and honestly, we would like to have had more money. I mean, you get to a point where you go through all the motion to form a PBID, and you don't have enough money, you're not going to be successful, and we want to be successful. If we pass this PBID, we want to be successful. We want to be able to increase this PBID for the next 10-year period and actually add to the infrastructure downtown and widen our sidewalks and be competitive with our neighboring communities. The 20 cents that is kind of a sticking point or maybe a discussion point is a better way to put it, is that the parking lots are part of the Central Business District. They are integral to all of our businesses. Many businesses open directly onto those parking, and I'm talking about the right-of-way parking lot and Lot 13. I don't know what you really guys call it now, but the lot behind Mountain Charlie's and St. Mary's, and those are integral to the downtown, and they're part of our Central Business District. And as a property owner, The special benefit you get could easily come from, an app for downtown, and everybody's got an app, but we don't have an app, and we don't have an app for parking. And if we have a great app for downtown Los Gatos, and we enhance the parking lot so that there's an app there, we have signage, either the electronic signage and say, there's 3 parking spaces here, there's 12 parking spaces here, there's 24 over at lot 13, whether it's in the app on your phone or whether it's on the signage that the PBID pays for. Again, better signage on the street, directing you to the parking lots. I believe that the benefit to the parking lot is there in the potential for the downtown destination marketing and signage. And the beautification is important. And I think that you really kind of need to look at that $89,000 that you would put into the PBID will get you back a minimum of 127 in infrastructure alone. And so you're already ahead of the game. And if this PBID is successful and Los Gatos really becomes vibrant, look at what the tax dollars are going to bring back to you. So I believe that the 20 cents for the parking lot is a legitimate and a valid amount. We went less on the Civic Center, again, because really, the part that is used is really the lawn area. It's not, we're not going to be coming into the offices. We're not doing changes here. And, we kind of see the Civic Center as a potentially underutilized space. Same thing with Park Plaza. There's infrastructure that we can put there that would make it much more inviting, exciting, not only, for people playing chess, but there's a lot of opportunities to be had.
Mr. Rennie, did you think of it?
Yes, I wrote a word on my page, so I wouldn't forget. My long preamble made me forget the question. So really what I was trying to get to is, so we can look at this as a return, as you said, another 127 for infrastructure, and maybe we won't be getting asked for more from the chamber for other special things. So there's more, we get multiplication on our money. The question, though, really is, when we have the money and we spend it, we have complete control. So the question is, how much influence do we have over the PBID spending? In the report, it says we're going to get 1 seat on the board, and the chamber's going to get 1 seat on the board. We're 20%. Are we going to be 20% of the board with 20% of the voice, or how many members are going to be on this board?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Foley on the exact number on the board. I don't believe that the board is actually set, and I don't necessarily believe that it's a 1 person or 2 person. Perhaps Mr. Schultz can give us a little information on this.
The question is really about influence. How much influence will we have? We're talking about multiplying our money, but how much influence do we really have on that multiplication?
So even though the draft service plan does provide some guidance in that, it has not been set. That would still have to be through the ordinances and the enabling act that would come back to you for approval, and that might be some of the changes that could occur in that, what the town wanted in that board, and how many, whether it be 5, 7, 9, 11, I've seen it all the way up to 13 even, and what the percentage of the voice is. I would also state, and I've mentioned this to the chamber, I don't believe the chamber would be a member on the board because they're not a property owner. And so they wouldn't have a seat. They might have some dealing with as an executive body or something, but they wouldn't be a board member, because all board members would have to be property owners. So I think that would still be determined, how many board members and what the percentage would be for voting.
Thank you.
Other questions for Ms. Farwell? Ms. Spector.
Thank you.
And one more thing with the public improvement any public improvement project is still going to be a public improvement project. It's still going to be subject to public works contracting laws, and still have to come in front of you for approval. So for example, this 127,000, they couldn't just say they wanted to do certain improvements without the approval not only of their board, but also coming back to the council as the property owner to approve that actual project.
Thank you. Let's assume that, everything that everybody's been saying from your side of the dais goes forward and the town is paying, I want to make it 20% of the total annual fee, would you anticipate the town having 20% of the seats on the board, or has that issue not been discussed at all?
I don't think we've gotten down to that level of who's going to be on the board, but we would definitely want the town on that board. We'd like to have the representatives there. That's definitely something that could be up for discussion as to how that board is made up. I'm not sure if that's done through the engineer or if that's part of our the plan that you approve. So if we actually have a service plan or a working plan, it needs to be approved by the town council. So you would have a say at that time. I don't know that if, I don't know if we want to give up and say, oh, you've put in this much, you put in 5%, you get 1 seat, you put in 20%, you get 3 seats. We want it to be fair across all of the town for the entire PBID district.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you, Ms. Farwell.
Thank you.
Mr. Foley. Does anyone else want to speak on this issue? Because Mr. Foley wants to be last. Okay. Mr. Foley.
Honorable Vice Mayor and Town Council, thank you for calling me last, I think. I didn't write that on there, somebody else did. Jim Foley, PBID Steering Committee. Pursuant to the comments made by Catherine and Sue, which I think were pretty comprehensive and excellent, I simply wanted to add, we spent a lot of time and effort on this draft PBID service plan. The service plan was crafted from information we derived from meetings with property owners, business owners, and the town council, along with guidance from our consultant, Civitas. We're eager to hear your feedback and hope we can count on your support as representatives of the town-owned parcels within the draft district boundary. And I'm here for more questions.
Okay, questions for Mr. Foley? Okay, I'll start out. I said that I was going to ask the same questions of you, Ms. Summers. The first one is, above our baseline investment that you're assuming is going forward, what special benefits is the town receiving as a property owner?
So I think Ms. Farwell touched on this one kind of the same way that I'm thinking about it. There's a whole bunch of benefits that we're looking to provide here through the PBID. This question of, special benefit and general benefit, I mean, I think that I'm waiting to see this engineering report to help deliver to us when we give them the bucket of things that we've put in the draft service plan and the things that we've discussed that we want to accomplish. We're going to need some, I guess, feedback from them to show us what exactly is being attached to justify what you're looking for under Prop 218 or whatever it is that requires it. We haven't gotten into that detail yet. Basically, we've just been looking at what we want to accomplish to help, help the PBID be successful, help the town bring more vibrancy back to the downtown, and we've kind of, at a high level, split it up into these different categories. So I guess long answer to your short question, a particular special benefit above and beyond some plantings and improvements to those properties. I don't know how we're going, quite yet, how we're going to differentiate all the different benefits as a whole that the PBID's providing across the different property types.
Okay, so my next question that I promised I was going to ask was justifying the 0.20 assessment of the town at a commercial rate for parking lots, and using the example Ms. Summers gave. Well, the banks have parking lots and they're assessed at 0.20. So I would say, well, that's interesting. A bank isn't paying for infrastructure. The bank isn't paying for maintenance of the flower boxes. The bank isn't paying for street maintenance. So I think we're different than a bank. So how is it that we are assessed at that same level?
Right, I think it was mentioned by Catherine or Sue. I kind of look at some of the items that were listed in the different buckets, and if we have special events or different things that could be taking place in or around those parcels are part of the central business district. They're helping the PBID achieve its goal. So whether or not it's that visitors are coming down here to park for something that is above and beyond what normally would happen, like we're having an extra festival or whatever it's going to be. It's just a critical and integral part of the central business district, and it's going to receive, it's going to be a means, that investment that you guys would provide on behalf of all of the citizens of the town would then have, a trickle-down effect to everything else, increased tax revenue, which again makes everything more successful in Los Gatos, makes it a more valuable place to be, increases property values overall. The value of that actual land, I think, would go up in the end if you have a more successful adjacent business district. That asset, that property becomes more valuable. So I just generally put it in the category of, yeah, if we're going to spend this money and allocate all these funds across the different benefits, it's right in there with them.
Okay, 2 questions, then I'll turn it over to my colleagues. Now I've forgotten. I've forgotten too. If I put on a property owner hat and I pretend I'm a bank or I pretend I have a restaurant, then certainly a PBID is benefiting me by having the increased investment into those properties. As an owner of a parking lot that's not charging for parking, where is that revenue stream getting? I get the argument about the sales tax, but let's just say I'm Joe property owner and my land is sitting vacant, but you're charging me 20 cents and I don't have a revenue stream from that land. How am I benefiting?
Right. We talked a lot about this and a lot about, at least with guidance from CVTOS and how these things can be structured. And there was a lot of questions from people about, okay, can you assess it on building square footage or land square footage or property type and everything else. And we went through a number of scenarios trying to figure out what's the most fair way to do it. Really, what we wanted to do was keep everything the same and have everything at 20 cents no matter what it is, keep it very simple, not get into a lot of detail on, this versus that or what kind of a use it is, because there's so many different uses that you could split up. And I think these things can become very complicated, and that's not our intention with this particular PBID. I think we want to do what's right, and we want to accomplish what, the town as a property owner, the town as a legislative body, every single property owner, every business. That's our messaging throughout the whole time has been we want everybody on board with this, want to bring it forward, do it the right way. So we didn't get into a lot of specifics. We wanted to kind of have one group, figure out what that map was going to be, assess everybody at the same level, and just get everybody's buy-in, and then divide up the funds that were assessed and collected into the various categories. So when we came up, the most recent proposal obviously has a reduction on the public property at 10 cents instead of 20. A lot of that was just coming in from feedback that we had from meetings individually with the council members, other information that we had gotten, and we never really dove into it's this versus that, or it's going to get particular benefit here, and this other type of property is going to get a separate benefit over there. Again, I looked at this engineering report to tell us, yeah, you can or you can't do that, or you should or you shouldn't do that in order to protect all of us who are going to be participating in the district from some kind of a legal challenge. But if I had my way, I'd have it all assessed at the same amount, just to keep it very simple and say we're all in agreement on the categories, we're all in agreement on how we're going to split the funds up, which will have more detail in the management plan and come back every year annually as the budget gets set, as well as what the levels of assessment are. So I don't know. I don't think of it that way, I guess.
Final question. How is it better for the town to invest as a property owner with a set amount for a PBID where the town is investing 20% into this district? How is that better than for the council to determine as an annual budgeting basis that it wants to spend $89,000, having complete discretion over how to do that, rather than putting the $89,000 into a PBID with a potentially 13-member board? So the argument is, well, you'll get $127,000 back in infrastructure. Well, no, maybe not, because your board may decide to do something different, or it may be that I don't have the budgeting to go forward with whatever infrastructure project is recommended. So how am I better off to invest that $89,000 in a PBID than to just hang on to my $89,000 and spend it at my discretion?
I mean, I think Sue Farwell touched on this, right? It's such a show of investment in leadership to the property owners and the businesses in the commercial core. It's like it's a 5-year commitment, right? It's basically saying we're in with you, we're shoulder to shoulder with you as a property owner. We like where this is headed. Yeah, maybe it alleviates a few things that currently may be paid for by the town or maybe not. And I don't want to get into the baseline services thing. I think we covered that. But it's basically sending a message to everybody that we feel that what you're asking for is valid. It sends a good message to everybody else in the district that the town is right there with us spending the money, as opposed to just, things have come up over time and through the conversations. The types of things that are in these categories, they're not new things. They're things that we've all been talking about for years now. The town has an obligation town-wide to a lot of different things. So the ability for the PBID to take on some of these tasks, whether it's marketing or, the RDA's gone and reaching out more to try to get more foot traffic downtown, or a real capital improvement project sometime in 3 to 5 years. It's that commitment to all the property owners and the businesses that are there by the town, making that investment alongside of them, saying, yeah, we've already allocated $2 million to do something, right? But that might not happen every year. But every year the PBID is going to get that assessment through the, or get the money through the assessment on the town-owned property. It's just a further commitment to that particular area and sends a great message to everybody that's involved in it that we're all trying to accomplish the same goals and that they're aligned. Does that answer your question?
Sorta.
Okay.
I get your argument. Other questions for Mr. Foley? Ms. Sayak?
So, Mr. Foley, and I don't know if you can answer it or if it's something that town staff may have to. So with this 5-year commitment, is there any financial obligation to spend within 5 years? And specifically infrastructure? The town has articulated the goals that we have envisioned, wider sidewalks, just the streetscape. So would this 127 on an annual basis be put into that bank account? Or is it something that you or this board intend to spend $127,000 on a yearly basis? I'm trying to figure out how that works with what our own long-term infrastructure goals are for downtown.
No, I understand. And I think Mr. Schultz can probably elaborate on this a little bit more, but my understanding of it is that it is long-term and does not need to be spent right away, which I think is very important, especially for the infrastructure bucket. When we started this whole thing out, I wanted to raise a lot more money because I kind of know how much things cost, right? But we came to a reasonable limitation. How much, looking at the different property owners, including the town in at 20%, other stakeholders who have a lot of property downtown that are supportive of it, there's got to be a limit to what can be borne, and we think we've done a good job of kind of honing in on this. But, my thoughts for these long-term capital improvement projects that I think are important for the downtown and that you all have recognized and are trying to work through how we're going to achieve those, they could be 5 or 7 or even 10 years away. So the thought would be if there's something that's immediate, at least in my opinion, and subject to the board of directors and what everybody thinks, if there's something that's immediate, a project that could use some of the capital improvement funds from the PBID to get that project across the goal line 2 years from now, sure, we have collected a little bit of money at that point and put it into that bucket. But, if you're talking about some major scale, like let's build several parking structures downtown, and how are we going to do it? We've talked about it for years, and the funding is there, the bonding, we haven't quite got figured out yet. But year 6 from now, we're in maybe even our second term as a PBID. We've now collected, $750,000 through the assessments. Now we've got some meaningful amount of money to contribute. My understanding is that's how it works. That money can sit there. We can spend some of the money on beautification projects, marketing, some of that money that just gets spent annually on a budget. We'll spend that right away. But the capital improvement budget can sit there until such time as the board of directors deems that it's the right time to spend it. And back to the board of directors, it was said, and I think we have not had that discussion, and I think it should be reasonable. However the structure is made up should correlate to, how the stakeholders are divided up. And if the town is the biggest one, then they certainly need to have significant representation on the board of directors and hopefully participation from the staff so that the goals are aligned and we can achieve these things that we want to do easily and cooperatively.
Anybody else? Mr. Rennie?
I'll ask the question I promised to ask, sort of. Let's just focus on the Civic Center. What do you have a vision for whether we need improvements in the Civic Center? Why are we including the Civic Center?
So from where I stand, the similar answer is we wanted everybody, wherever the district boundaries are, we wanted everybody included. So to the extent that this part of town, on this end of the draft boundary, is a little bit different, or maybe doesn't have the commercial feeling that we have on the corner of North Santa Cruz and Main, whatever these goals are that are in the buckets of the PBID funds that we've kind of split up, they need to be applied here. So what does that mean? Does it mean an extra festival? We heard that. Does it mean adding some kind of physical improvements that are amenities to Town Plaza? Yes. I don't know. I think that's for the PBID board to kind of decide as it goes forward. I don't think I would get into that specific detail right now, but I'll say that there are some really great things happening on Main Street headed this way, right? There's some things have been changing. There's some new restaurants opening, some new businesses opening. The fact that we could, spend some money on art or Gateway or whatever it is, there's a whole bunch of things that we've talked about in our steering committee meetings, but I don't think it's really the appropriate time to pin anything down. But I think that there is some use of funds, and it's the same way, in my opinion, that we'd use funds in the other part of town. It's just, what does it need to make it more successful, make it more vibrant, make it more valuable, and then you determine what those things are and then allocate the money for them.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Foley.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have any more cards on this item, so I'm going to close the public hearing. And remind the council that what we're being asked to do is provide input as a property owner, not making any decisions on our participation in the PBID tonight. I think our questions have been pretty specific, but if council, and hopefully been captured by staff, but if council members have some particular concern, question that they'd like to express, let me know. Mr. Rennie.
So I would say, first of all, I'm very supportive of the idea. I'm trying to, obviously challenge what's the right philosophically things to assess at how much and so forth. Just sort of a side note, the discussion made me realize when we come back and approve the PBID, one thing that we may want to look at is that this idea they're going to be saving up money for something. We probably need to have something in the bylaws about how that can be invested until it's used. For example, how risky can they get, or maybe we don't want to have it sitting earning nothing. So that's something that we may want to consider when that comes back with bylaws.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I would even add to that on the comments made by Mr. Foley so they are a Brown Act committee also. So they'll be subject to the Brown Act. They'll have to post meetings, unlike maybe the chamber or other nonprofits, but they have to act like a Brown Act committee. They have to go through the CAFR process. They have to go through audits. The money can be carried over, and we'll make sure the implementing documents will say that. I'm not sure if I've ever said how it's invested, but we can look into that also. And then the other thing is let's say after 5 years, it's determined not to have it any further. It would just be like the assessment district we currently had, where you have to then divvy up and refund the assessments that have been made to the property owners. So at any time, if it's disbanded, that's how the funds would be disbanded, just as we did with our parking assessment, having to find all the property owners and determine how much they have put in and determine what their percentage of the funds that are left. So there's even a process to do that if, in fact, it was disbanded after 5, 10, 15, or 20 years.
Any other questions or comments by members of the council? Ms. Spector?
Thank you. First of all, I want to compliment and give kudos to the chamber, to Mr. Foley, to Ms. Farwell, and to the business, to all people involved in this. I've sat up here for years when the idea of a business improvement district was raised, and it got as far as people meeting, business people meeting in the library or the council chambers once and then leaving and disbanding it. That's as far as it got. So this is actually really great. And it's impressive. And again, I commend you. With regard to the specifics, I generally think that it is the PBID, including the town, is a good idea. I do have some issues. I was surprised at the very first meeting when I learned that the proposed business improvement district came all the way down to Town Hall, and that the monies would be considered for, improvement of the Civic Center. The other one that I'm a little bit surprised about is including the Park Plaza. So there are components of the map that the town would be assessed for that I'm not positive that as I sit here tonight, I would be supportive of, but that remains to be seen. The other issues that I think about, again, from this side of the dais, is that the council has to pay a lot of bills, including a gargantuan pension bill, and that if we were part of the bid, Business Improvement District, what would my thoughts be about the, let's see, what was it? $280,000 a year for maintenance and infrastructure in downtown. How would I feel about the other expenditures that we have? I'd have to give thought to that. And the other thing, again, I'm thinking as the property owner, I'm thinking as the business person. What about, the $2 million that the town has put aside, for downtown? So as a business person that is represented on your business improvement district, I would look to see that, do I want to double pay, or do I not want to double pay? And again, as a business person, I would look to see what is the town's representation on the board? What is the percentage representation? What are the numbers of the representatives from the town? So I think those are all of the thoughts I had.
Ms. Zayak, anything?
A couple things, and it's going to be broad. And I know, Ms. Summers, you were looking for more assurance. So a couple thoughts. Overall, as everyone has said, I'm very excited that we're moving forward. I understand the want of a partnership, basically put your money where your mouth is, and that we're in this together. As evidenced by my question, I'm wondering if there's a different mechanism to put our money in. I haven't decided one way or the other, 20 cents for parking lots versus 10 cents. I guess I'm more interested in the mechanics of this, of how this ultimately works with the governance, and then how it also then plays into all the other budgetary items that we have to decide on. I guess from what I would worry if I were on the other side is there's this assessment that you're going to provide to all your property owners with certain assumptions that I don't think we can actually guarantee. That yes, there's a level of service that we expect, but council compositions change. What if that level of service isn't necessarily the same level of service that a future council? So I'm just trying to figure out how this plays in the long term when you have all these various needs and you have this set with this assessment, but this assessment is also contingent and making assumptions based on something that could change on an annual basis. And so I don't know if that's something that the committee has talked about, but it is a big risk, I would think, on your part as well, because you have this guarantee of money, but you don't necessarily have the level of service guarantee of money. So I'm just curious, and you may have already discussed it, but that's something that I'd hope that you guys discuss in future meetings. So.
Okay, so I will close it out. Thank you very much for your,
I wanted to ask staff a few questions, actually.
Don't I get to make my comments?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. No, I'm going to close it out with the comments, but you can ask questions after. Thank you very much for your presentations. Thank you for all the hard work I know that all of you have done. I remember whenever it was that I came and talked to the chamber board and encouraged you to go forward with the Business Improvement District, I have to say that what was in my mind was, you have so many talented and energetic business people, why don't you stand up for yourselves and do something? Would this be great? You can clean the sidewalks, you can do this, you can do that, and meanwhile, the town will do X, Y, Z. So I have to say, I was a little surprised that when the map came back, that the town was paying 20% into this Business Improvement District. So my concerns are, as I've articulated my questions, where is the special benefit above the baseline? I'm not getting revenue off that parking lot. I get that it's part of the commercial district, but am I getting a special benefit? If so, what is that? I'd really like to know what it is. And, okay, I understand assessing people the same, Mr. Foley, and being fair, but is a parking lot truly the same as a commercial property? So I'd like to know that. And there's a lot of assurance about an infrastructure fund that will come back to the town, but there's lots of, as with Councilwoman Sayak, there's lots of hoops for that. The town has capital improvement plans for 5 years. It has bidding requirements. It has public hearing requirements. So the board of the PBID could come in and say, I want to spend $127,000 on X. We could put it on a meeting, and 40 citizens would come in and say, you need to spend it on pensions. So there is no guaranteed funding level of where we go. So my questions and concerns to you going forward are, what is the benefit the town is getting above and beyond what it's putting in? Why is it being assessed at a commercial rate for a parking lot? And you could have very good answers to these. I'm not saying that you don't. I'm just saying these are my questions as a property owner. And then my final comment is, I think the town has demonstrated by its streamlining efforts, by its changing of various policies, by different ordinances, by the $2 million set aside, by whatever it's done, that it is interested and committed to revitalizing the downtown. So I guess as I sit here as a property owner, I'm looking to my other property owners to say, I'm willing to put in as well. And so I don't want, it's one of the reasons that the council is not coming forward with a commitment to you this evening, is that I think that we get to ask those other potential partners, where are you on this? So that's a question I'd like to pose to them. So with that, Mr. Rennie, your questions.
Thank you. So one of the things, when I think about the money in our budgeting, the way we tend to approach our budget is, what is our operating budget? That's kind of the ongoing budget, and then we look and see how much extra do we have that year, and we kind of put it towards special funds. We put some towards downtown, or we put some towards pensions or so forth. But the thing that we're always very careful about, what is our sort of ongoing operating budget? So this is an addition to our ongoing operating budget. We just added $90,000. My first question is, how much of an FTE is that? Is that a half an FTE, 3/4 of an FTE? In other words, if we needed to balance our budget, would we have to get rid of half of an FTE from our staff?
Yeah, it really depends on what position it is. 90,000 is about 1 FTE for professional staff. It's maybe a senior planner or comparable.
Okay, so so I'm thinking about, again, how we manage our operating budget. Could we create a fund? We've already said we have $2 million for doing capital projects. What if we put some amount into a fund to make sure we can afford to pay this on an ongoing level? Because again, the thing that bothers me about it is we think in terms, okay, we got some extra money, what's a good way to invest it? But here we're talking about permanently committing to an increase in our operating budget. And maybe we can, if we create a bucket, when we have some, we put it in there to make sure that, okay, the next 5 years are covered and we don't need to worry about it, kind of thing. Could we do something like that?
We certainly could. I think for our council, as well as for our public, every budget year, council is weighing and balancing a lot of different priorities. So, for example, as shown in the desk item, just this year, we increased our commitment to downtown improvements and upkeep on the part in the form of tens of thousands of dollars. So just in a single year, the town council said, we care so much about downtown that we want to actually improve and go beyond what our previous level of funding had been. So whether or not we can maintain the 270 per year, I don't know. That's going to be another trade-off question. As I understand it, in checking with staff, that as part of this process, we're going to have to determine what that baseline is, and then we're going to have to commit to it. So we may say, really 250, let's split the difference. Maybe we're comfortable with an annual upkeep of all of this at 250. That's going to be locked into our budget now for the next 5 years on a contractual or plus or minus. But similarly, we would have to, from a budget standpoint, basically say, yes, it's like going to putting the kid through college. It's going to be $90,000 a year. We're going to have to put that money aside. And so really for the council, it's can we afford this for the next 5 years? And then if so, is this, as a property owner, the best investment towards our downtown? Or would you say, let's put more money in the long-term capital project? We've got $2 million now. Maybe council says, let's put some more there. And then, of course, you also have pressure from other community members for other things like PCI and pensions, et cetera. So I think we can afford it as your town manager. I think this is doable. I think it's just going to be a matter of what those trade-offs are over time, and I'll let the town attorney elaborate.
No, that's exactly it. It's trying to determine what those priorities are, and you do have to look at it from the next 5 years because there would be a commitment under their current proposal of budgeting $89,000 a year. The management plan does go into the baseline and discuss that baseline and provides for that commitment, but there's caveats, there's exceptions. You can't tie the hands of future councils. There could be recessions, there could be other emergencies or other things that come out that allow you to get out of that baseline. So although there is a commitment through the management plan, you'll find the caveat language and the exceptions because you can't tie future councils to that, say, 250,000. You were talking about the different buckets. Yes, you could do a whole bucket. One of the things that if you move forward on that, you do have the $2 million that you've set aside for downtown improvements. You certainly could use part of that as your seed money to fund this, or make other commitments here, and that might have a lever pull on other commitments that staff's going to have to deal with if you move forward with that decision to be part of the bid.
Okay, one last question, which is maybe more of a process question. So we started off, the purpose of this meeting was to give the PBID management, or specifically give the chamber confidence to go spend $45,000. I don't feel like we gave them that confidence. So do we need to have another meeting agendized for where I heard people asking questions, they wanted some answers. I don't think we can leave it as I heard everybody speaking. That's sort of a question for staff, but maybe it's a question for the next mayor. I don't know.
Ms. Spector?
Thank you. I'm not answering Mr. Rennie's question. Okay. I think you may have answered it, you being staff. With regard to the $2 million, should we decide to go forward with the PBID, should the PBID go forward? Could we put that $2 million into a reserve, everybody's favorite word, into a reserve to use for future PBID assessments?
That's certainly one option. It would be a change in direction, because I think there was a lot of excitement about upgrading our streetscape and getting a new design and learning from the parklets and our summer experiment. But that's, again, that is completely within your discretion.
Okay, because those things that you just enumerated were also things that were enumerated by the PBID proponents and things that they would like. All right, thank you.
Other comments?
So question of staff, since the public hearing's closed. So the next step in this is for the chamber board to decide if they want to spend an additional $46,000. That basically provides a lot more information to the questions we asked today. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's the management plan and the engineer report, which really addresses that whole special benefit versus general benefit, and whether that engineer report can articulate how the parking lots differ from the commercial properties and the issues that some of you have raised, which I think, you know, I've heard pretty clear direction on some of those issues. Certainly you haven't said exactly whether you're for 20 cents or 10 cents or 15 cents, and that may be what Chamber wanted to know, but I don't believe council's there to be able to make that determination. I think they've heard that all 4 council members, and correct me if I'm wrong, are certainly in favor of a PBID, and I don't think I've heard anyone say you don't want to be a partner in it. And so I think that's some other clear direction to them. But the next process definitely is that 45,000 really goes to the in-depth process of looking at the parcels and being able to prepare a report that will stand up to a challenge under Prop 218. And that's where, you know, my analysis comes into, and will be much more involved in that process than I was in the first steps.
I just want to follow up on that. The report that you're talking about, if the chamber decides to go forward and the steering committee decides to go forward, that's something that has to happen prior to any vote. So of all the property owners, town included, correct?
Correct. Those documents will be done before the petition begins to be signed by the property owners.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, thank you very much, everyone. We are adjourned. Good night.